afforestation and cleaning of, no, that's for tomorrow. This is what is actually urgent. Let's get into this one. Then lastly, we're saying, having had all of these dreams, which we want you to put what they call a green cap when you are in there, don't ever constrain yourself with where do we get the funding, the policies are saying this, because the problem with us in government is we actually start by stopping ourselves from dreaming about the future, by saying it's always been done by this way. And going on and saying, we can't do it differently because the law doesn't allow. But we actually can influence and determine the law and the policies that are supposed to be put in place. So we want you to end with the last section that says, what institutional arrangements and policy considerations should be put in place? We're saying we're going to make this path as we walk it. We won't wait until it's done, before we walk it, because it may be too late. We're sitting on a ticking time bomb. Those young people that you've seen there who are not in education, are not in employment, and are not in training are a ticking time bomb for this country. So we can't wait for policy 5 years down the line. We've got to start implementing now and come with the policy as we go, DG. So what is it that we're going to do differently this time? And how and where are we going to get this zest and vim of singing Cathsseta Ngihamba Nawe with a different vibe and that applause that is an inaugural one that we're getting today? There must be a way of doing things differently. Okay, let's go back to now the formal bit so that I can quickly walk you through the slides that are telling us where we come from and what we want to do. DG, we've agreed that when we get out of here, we will have signed a compact, we will have made a pledge as this family to say this is what we're going to do come the next 5 years. We've agreed, DG, that this is how we're going to do it going forward. And it is for this collective, over the next couple of hours into the end of tomorrow, who's going to map that for us. All we're doing, colleagues, is provide a structure and a framework and a roadmap. Yours is to then say, yes, we agree with this, we don't agree with this, tear it apart, and let's come up with something that we can all boldly own. I'm not going to bore you with the detail of going through the legislative environment and all the history. You know it better than I do. And I must thank the CEO and team for having put it together. But I want to sit on this slide a little bit. We've identified that there are actually 7 pillars in the mandate of the Cathsseta. And all of them say where we should be training, who we must be training, and why we must be training them. And as this board, we've said over time and realized that there are areas that we haven't touched adequately. We've not done anything much for SMMEs. The first 2 we're doing well. But for NEET, 0. Small wonder, there's the numbers we're going to be talking about very soon. For the SMMEs, 0. That's why that auntie is sitting where she's sitting with all of those things in front of her, and she doesn't know how much she's spending on which, for what, and how much she's making for it, and she's not managing and controlling it, because all she's there for is to get a 200 rand by the end of the day, if she's lucky, to live for the next day. And we're here, we are skills people, we're training for skills, and we get 98.6% every year. And that auntie continues to sit there the way she's sitting every year, every day. And that municipality does not see it fit to create something decent that that auntie can sell under every day, all year. Every evening, she must bother about how she carries all of that stock back into the township and back the next morning into the combi and the taxi, where she pays for 3 seats of the little money that she's made in order to accommodate the stock that she's got. And because I stay in the suburb, come election time, Come the time I go and ask my people about the work of the Cathsseta, I say, how can I help you? And they say, just, mtanami, just some shelter that we can work on. I come back and say, the MDG window doesn't allow. So the policy doesn't allow. We've not done much for cooperatives, if anything. Skilling the public service leadership, I don't even think I've heard anything of it in the last 5 years, but it's in our mandate. So too is capitalizing or capacitating public sector institutions. We've got a number of partnerships agreement there. What the impact of those are, the outcome of the actions we do remains questionable. Let's take the next slide, please. Now, I'm not going to dwell on the problem statement, but suffice to say, what is coming across is that we're doing so much with so little impact. We're spending so much money, so much energy, putting so much on the table in terms of the numbers that we have done, but they are not employed. We're making these additions of resources and everything every year, every year in, year out, and we sign off the 98.6, but we never make an impact where we should be making an impact. The next slide says there are 16.7 million employed people in the country. 8.4 million of them are unemployed. Let's go to the next one. The first important correlation is that if you've got a matric, you stand a better chance of getting an employment than if you don't. Because of the unemployed, 39.5%, above the 32.5% average, unemployment rate, are actually people without a matric. The next slide speaks volumes. On the left, starting from the bottom, that bar says 15 to 24-year-olds and 25 to 34-year-olds. 60% of 15 to 24-year-olds are unemployed. And if you are 15 to 24, you only stand a 10.6% chance of getting a job at any given stage. If you are 25 to 34, you will know for sure that 41.7% of you are not employed. Interestingly, you've got to be older in this country to get a job, but we're a youthful society and community. The next slide speaks to the people that you saw there who every day, my board now knows, I always speak about these people who are the garbage of, what do they say? They say a carpenter's garbage, failure, poor workmanship is easy to see because there is sawdust when you walk into their space. But society's garbage always are outcasts that we give names. They are alcoholics, they are drug addicts, they are everything they are. We then give them names and make them social outcasts. And the burden of them landing where they are becomes their burden. We blame the victim, and we fail to recognize how we created them. When I grew up, there was no para. When I grew up, there was no Nyaupe person. It is a new phenomenon. Even that word alone never existed. But today, a policeman goes when my son has been in an accident and knocked 3 people. One of them dead. He goes and he sees, he says, oh, no, it's these paras. So suddenly, in us, we've lost the identification of these with people as beings that have got families, that had ambitions, that had dreams. Suddenly, they are just paras. So the reason he's dead is because he doesn't have sense of understanding. But he made himself to be like that. There's 3.6 million of them, growing. We come to the SMMEs, and I'm only going to refer to one statistic that says the projections are that by 2030, SMMEs, that's bullet 3, will employ 90% of our workforce. 60 to 80%, of our workforce will be employed in the SMME industries. And what are we doing about it? This is 2030. And there is absolutely nothing we're doing for Shisa Nyamas. There is absolutely nothing we're doing for anyone that is in the SMME sector. That is why the BNBs are as poor as they are. We haven't started thinking for looking at working towards those programs because ours is to advertise MDGs at a particular time, and you must complete a form in a particular way. Then we must adjudicate and make work easy for us to be able to assist you. Whether you get employment thereafter doesn't matter. And only those who have mastered the art over the last 20 years are going to do it again and again and again, and they get learners in and year out, even when they take 4 learnerships at the same time, and we'll still pay for all of them all the time. And we've got serial learnership, what are these? Beneficiaries. Then we wonder why we have unemployment. We wonder why we have NEETs. We went and signed an agreement with McDonald's the other day. Brilliant agreement. 1,400 learners a year. Taken in, 80% absorption rate guaranteed. The other 20% will be given to other fast food industry players. And most probably they will also start their own businesses because of the experience they would have gotten there. But guess what? The programs that they are studying inside the Hamburger University are international programs. And McDonald's is training them in their own programs, not any of the colleges that are sitting here today. And our question is, are we responding to the skills needs? Are we providing as supposed? Are we spending fiscal land or to correctly in the way we're doing? Let me move on. Can I take 2 slides down, please, Chief? Just to show we've done some work, we've actually carefully looked at what the President said in the opening of Parliament. We've looked at what the Minister said on the budget vote. We've listened to what DHET said when he set up the sector planning committee. And we've sat in our August strategic plan as this board and said, from these outcomes that have been mapped for us, from these marching orders, emerges the following for us as the sector. We are proposing these 8 or so outcomes for you to look at and advise us if they are indeed correct, accurate, any more? Can they be articulated differently? But we would like to get out of here with all of us having signed on to say, yes, these are the priorities we must look at for the next 5 years. I'm not going to go through them because in your commissions, that's what we'll be asking you to do for us. We have these 7 criteria for impactful programs. Because we've said we're going to implement impactful programs. So how are we going to see an impactful program from a program that is just the usual that we've done over the last 30 years? How are we going to see the difference of the Cathsseta Ngihamba Nawe from the national anthem? It will have to be multi-stakeholders, integrated and collaborative in its delivery in form of partnerships. It will have to be multi-year, systematic, and phased in its implementation. It will have to be multifaceted in the sense that it must speak to both the delivery of programs as well as the infrastructure provision. It will have to be responsive in terms of the relevance of qualifications programs and curricula. It will have to grow the economy in ensuring lasting employment as well as ensuring employment creation. And it will also have to target entrepreneurs and cooperatives. And finally, it will have to be evidence-based in design, implementation, monitoring, and reporting. This will then mean we have arrived at the outcomes that we've set for ourselves in this conference. And at the end of the conference, we'll be able to say, yes, indeed, Cathsseta, samba now. Thank you.
We now call upon DGG, Mr. Samuel Zungu, to introduce our keynote speaker.
Not even a single clap. Oh, naze stingy. Yeah, I know I don't have those things like the chair of the board and the DG. So I should have asked for the clap while I was walking up here. But thank you very much, Master of Ceremonies. I will just observe all the protocols and do what I'm tasked to do to introduce my boss, Dr. Robert Nkuna. I'm saying my boss because he's the DG for DPME. So all the work that we do as different departments, at the end of the day, it lands on his desk, including the chair. As he was here, you need to account to him. What is it that you have done with all the resources that the state has allocated to you? Dr. Robert Nkuna, a distinguished academic and a trailblazer in the realm of policy, currently serves as the esteemed Director General of the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, a position he has held with unparalleled dedication and strategic vision since July 2020. His illustrious journey to this pivotal role includes a remarkable tenure as the Director General at the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, where his transformative leadership left an indelible mark over a span of about 4 influential years. Notably, Dr. Nkuna's invaluable contributions extend beyond executive realm, as he previously contributed his expertise as a counselor at the prestigious communications regulator, ICASA. Here, he played a pivotal role in shaping crucial regulations subsequent to the inception of the groundbreaking Electronics Communications Act in 2006, demonstrating his unyielding commitment to pioneering advancements in the field. Dr. Nkuna is an erudite scholar holding a distinguished PhD in interdisciplinary studies from esteemed University of Witwatersrand, with a specialized research focus on the regulation of network industries encompassing electricity, telecommunications, and airports within the dynamic socio-economic landscape of South Africa. Completing this, his academic repertoire boasts a master's degree in public and development management from the same revered institution, along with a myriad of esteemed graduate certificates in microeconomics and utilities regulation from the esteemed University of London, underscoring his multifaceted expertise in critical domains. Beyond his academic and professional accolades, Dr. Robert Nkuna is an ardent advocate for regulatory economics, political economy, and new institutional economics, with an unwavering commitment to fostering innovation and resilience in a regulatory framework. His scholarly powers is further exemplified through his role as a distinguished professor of practice at the prestigious Northwest University School of Government Studies, where he imparts invaluable wisdom to future leaders in the realm of public governance. Dr. Nkuna's unwavering dedication, profound expertise, and visionary leadership illuminate a path of innovation and progress, shaping the landscape of policy and regulatory framework with astuteness and foresight. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Nkuna, who has already welcomed himself on stage.
Okay. Good morning, colleagues, Chairperson, CEO, DDG, and everyone who's here. Now there is a Cathsseta way of introducing people, such that I was asking if I was the one being introduced. That's why I stood up and say, hey, maybe he's talking about a different person. Let me stand up so that he can recognize that I'm the one who's supposed to speak next. Colleagues, I am from DPME. I'm going to give you a very short presentation, perhaps the shortest you have seen in history. The chair has covered me quite a lot in terms of what I'm meant to do here. Now, let me give you an example of what I was saying when I went to the provinces as a big issue that we face in government. So this is what we do. We establish a clinic for 3 million rands. Then we organize a launch of more or less the same amount or more. Then we bus people to the launch and say to the mayors, ministers, MECs, premiers, that you see, people love you. Because all the time they were addressing, the people were clapping. So we say to the principals, just one day event equal to the cost of the actual project. Now this is what happens. After that, people go to that clinic. There is no medication. The clinic is closed, it's not open. Then comes a guy who says, I'm sick, and is asked, what's your problem? He says, no, I don't know, I'm just sick. And they say, go home. No one takes the numbers of that person to can check at a later date whether the person is fine. So we go through that situation. Come the voting day, what South Africans have decided to do is simple. In response to that, is by not coming or going to the polls. It doesn't matter which party they would have voted for. So they've withdrawn their vote as a result of that kind of behavior. Now, Chair, you are very correct to say that in that instance, we would have said we need pay progression because the clinic was established. So all of us get the pay progression. But South Africans now are paying back by not voting. Let me give another one that will shock you. Someone very senior in government, because I do a lot of moderation of performance of senior officials in the state, says to us, a DDG, I contracted with my DG to develop a document. Please give me a 3 because I developed a document. But because the document ended up in cabinet, give me another 1 so that is 4, which is the highest score. So when I had contracted just to develop a document. But because the document ended up in cabinet, this is a plus for me, it's over and above, as we all call it. So that is a kind of state that we are presiding on. That is the mentality of us even at the senior level, where we fudge issues. Now, I'm giving you these examples because we need to move to outcomes. I asked General Masemula a question. Listen to this, the last one. I said to General Masemula, if you go to Umbumbulu in KZN or any other place for that matter, you go and tell people that up to now, on annual basis, 10 people die. But don't worry, we have worked hard. From now on, only 5 will die. Now, the people look at each other and say, who is going to die? So to us, we can release those statistics and say, okay, very few will die compared to the previous years. But the people don't want that. They just don't want to die, including those who are priests and go to church. They really don't want to die. They want to live. So you can imagine that there may be a disjuncture in the way we understand our responsibilities versus what people out there expect from the state. So what this means is that this inaugural conference, let's take it as a working session. Because if it's not a working session, we will just choose to talk and say we will deal with the outcome later. Our understanding as DPMA is that this is a working session. That everything that comes out of here is part of the work that all of us are doing. We are very interested to adopt this CETA as the first CETA that will take even to the principals in cabinet and say, President, we want to give you a taste that we care, a DDG. We must say that and say, President, we want to give you a taste that we hear you. We hear the people, and we care. And because we care, we want to show you how this CETA is going to be a pioneer of the new ways of working. How we're going to drive outcomes. And what does that mean? All it means is that we are no longer going to focus on the supply side alone. I've spoken to the chair about this. Because hitherto, the CETAs, perhaps not their fault, have been obsessed with the supply side. And I know many people who are here benefit from that, because most of you who are here are suppliers. Be they colleges, individual trainers, universities, and so forth, and so on. We're not going to take the cake away from you, but we want to build a value chain. That is not something that happens by accident. We want to be very deliberate and say, if we're going to train so many people, how are we going to get these people into the economy? As SMMEs, as cooperatives, everything. So that everything is not left to chance. So this is the essence of why we are here to say the supply side now must be linked with the demand side. Now, it's not your responsibility to worry about the demand side. It is our responsibility that we are going to carry out by making sure that depending on the outcomes of this, and I like that slide, Chair. That's why I'm not even going through my presentation, because it answered me in terms of the areas that we need to target: SMMEs, cooperatives, government leadership. Now, for each one of them, what we'll do on our side as government is to assist the CETA in making sure that you speak to those you want to speak to. So that it must not be what in the township called freestyling. You might have heard something called freestyling or half clash. Guys in the township, they will say, half clash. When you press the pedal, not full. We will take that responsibility with DDG. DDG, we have to convene government to come to the party. We had to get the department that deals with SMMEs to come to the party. So the SETA must not worry about that. We must carry out that responsibility, and we must make sure that that commitment is in the plan, in the MTDP, so that it's not optional for the SETAs or for other government entities to come to the party. So, colleagues, what I'm saying is that we'll start within government. As I speak now, in fact, we've started to make sure that everyone in government must meet the SETAs halfway, must tell us what it is that they are doing, what they want to achieve, so that we can then come up with the connecting lines. So when you finish here, I would want DDG that we expedite the finalization of this report so that it's included in the plans as our case study, and tie everyone that if the SETA is going to do this, so and so is going to do that in advance, so that it's not left to freestyling and chance. So we are going to do that as we finalize the MTDP. Let me conclude by saying there is government in South Africa, not the government of national unity. There is government. So it should not matter how the government is constituted, by whom, and so on and so forth. As long as it's a constitutional establishment, there is government. So we must get used to say there is government in South Africa, as there has been in the past. What the government has done has come up with what we call the medium-term development plan, which is an attempt to implement the National Development Plan. So that's what we do. It's a 5-year plan of government to implement the National Development Plan. We have looked at many instruments, and you will see in that slide that is being projected that we also looked at what's called the Statement of Intent of Government. And we found that the Statement of Intent signed by the GNU parties can be superimposed and compared and aligned with the National Development Plan. Now, out of that process, we ended up with 3 priorities. Priority 1 on the economy, priority 2 on the social wage, and number 3 on the capacity of the state. Now you will see that this SETA can play a role perhaps in 2 areas at most. One on the economy and the other on the capacity of the state. That, as chairs indicated, there is a role of this SETA to play in building the capacity of the state. So we're looking forward also to hear from you in terms of the kind of areas where you want to help the state to help itself. Next, let's see. Colleagues, you have heard this from the president, explaining that we've done 2 scenarios in South Africa, as we normally do. The latest scenarios an attempt to figure out what may happen in society. The president spoke about the Adida home, where is the state of chaos, the vulture one, where everyone is doing whatever they want to do, and the weaver one, which is what we are aspiring to do. Now, when you ask many South Africans as to what is happening in the country, many people are beginning to say that you have a combination of all. There are instances, as the chair was saying, where you have the Adida home. There are instances where you have the vulture nation. There are instances where you have the weaver nation, as it showed the Fusion hotel in my home province. So we want the SETAs to adopt this scenario and say this is what we're going to do so that we arrive at a kind of a trajectory that we need. Next. Here is just a highlight of what are the kind of things that we need. Overall, what comes out is that we need a coordinated state, where coordination is not a favor, because the chair said me and him were at the wedding of a friend. So then the 2 institutions start to work together because of that proximity. So overall, that's the issue. Next. You are still on the same issues. Here we attempted to talk about the priorities. Now, Chair, look at this one. And this is my last slide. So what we tried to do was to say that we can't do everything. Let's look at what we need to do as a matter of priority. So if something is not a priority, does not mean that it's not important. It merely means that given the resources at our disposal, we will not be in a position to do everything. So on the economy, very quickly, we're talking about sectors in distress, sectors with scale, infrastructure, and all those kind of things. So what we are asking is that even the CETA must align to that level of prioritization. In the same way you see on the capacity of the state, where we have challenges, we need to align to that kind of a framework, and then supported by research and development, and also supported by the professionalization of the public service. So colleagues, I was sent here by DG. I didn't send myself. So if I disappointed in what I said against your expectation, the DG happens to be in China. But I think that me and him and the DDG are committed to pursue whatever comes out of here and ensure that we integrate this and also share the new way of doing things with Cabinet. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nkuna. Can we please have a Cathsseta applause for Dr. Nkuna? So, as I said earlier, we're going to be innovating on the program, and this is one space that we're doing it. We have Professor Putti. We decided we need to have a bit of a gender balance or gender representation on this panel. And so we're going to have a short input from Professor Putti, who is the president of the South African Public Colleges Organization, which represents the 50 TVET colleges in the country. She's a prolific professional and has 30 years of teaching experience. She started her career as a lecturer, rose through the ranks until she became the principal of Motheo TVET College. Professor Putti is the recipient of the Ida Lynn Carr Outstanding International Leadership Award from Texas and a full member of the Global Club of Leaders. She has an honorary professorship from the Academic Union in Oxford in the UK. And under her stewardship, Motheo TVET College received numerous national and international awards. She has represented South Africa at various events on TVET matters. Professor Putti is contributing to the governance and the growth of the TVET sector through her involvement on many boards and bodies. Her mantra is, TVET colleges are the key to the country's economic development and unemployment. We welcome Professor Putti. My apologies. And while we're waiting for her to come on stage, I acknowledge the media in the room. And can we give a round of applause to our sign language interpreter to my left? And let me share with you something that came up on our Facebook feed from Alex Tau Sietlo. Thank you for your point, who really enjoyed the national anthem and is inspired to learn the Afrikaans part of it as part of our heritage. Thank you for sharing that. Professor Putti.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
It's okay.
Okay. The program director, the director general, the DDGs present, the chairperson of Cathsseta board, the CEO and members of the board. Colleagues, allow me to say all protocol is observed. My presentation should be on the screen. If not, it will follow. I will be addressing my presentation based on the TVET colleges, and I would not delve deeper into what Cathsseta is all about, the programs it offers, but my presentation will be focusing on the current situation, the ideal, and the breakthroughs in uncertain times. I have opted, next slide, to focus on the process of the development of sector skills plans. I know that's what SETAs do best, and I thought it would be the best platform to raise issues to this conference in relation to our experiences as TVET colleges and how sector skills plans inform our practices. In a normal situation, sector skills plans are informed by findings from primary and secondary research methods collected to collect data on the skills demand and supply in the sector. And this primary research would include the analysis of the SETA performance information, your surveys with employers, and stakeholder engagement. And secondary research would also focus on document analysis of employers' recruitment data, your mandatory grant data from the WSPs and ATRs, stats essay, and many other documents. And these findings would get validated through your stakeholder engagement through workshops with industry representatives as well. Next slide. I looked at the strategic documents of the SETA and engaged them for me to understand what Cathsseta aims at. But I want us to focus on the area which is highlighted in red and green, which really came from the strategic plan of the SETA. It's a previous one. The recognition of priority skills, how you identify the priority skills. And the two determinants, the number of vacancies in the sector and the degree of scarcity of the identified vacancies. Program director, I must indicate that I looked at that and looked at the current situation within the country and within the educational institutions and the high unemployment rate facing us as a country. Next slide. The 2020-21 to 2024-25 strategic plan of Cathsseta is aligned to the NDP themes, but I want us to focus on the ones that are flagged in red and green because they speak directly to my area of operation, which is TVET colleges. The NDP theme says, build a strong and coherent set of institutions for delivery of quality education, science and technology, training and skills development. For us as TVET colleges, through the eye of Cathsseta, this implies support TVET college capacity through interventions aimed at providing TVET colleges lecturers with exposure to industry. Second to that, it speaks to the NDP theme, speaks to expand the production of highly skilled professionals and enhance the innovation capacity of the nation. Cathsseta, for TVET colleges, this implies building capacity of lecturers in the provision of new occupational qualifications, partnering with QCTO in the development of occupational qualifications. I'm painting a scenario here program director where one would bring an argument later to bring to the attention of the board and the management of Cathsseta and all stakeholders in the house. You went further to make reference to the National Human Resource Development Strategy for South Africa, where there are specific issues related to TVET colleges. And one of the outcomes there is expanded access to quality education and training delivered by effective teachers, lecturers, and academics. The second one, increased access to work-integrated learning. Thirdly, improvement in throughput and pass rate. When you look at the contribution of Cathsseta, emphasis again on lecturer capacity building, partnerships with employers for secondment of technical vocational education and training lecturers. You are going further into the WILL program by emphasizing your partnership engagement with employer organizations. And lastly, it's partnerships with TVET's centers of specialization. I would like us to pay attention to those specific issues that I've highlighted, because they've got a certain implication on how we view the development of sector skills plans, how we allocate resources, how we contribute towards the high unemployment rate that is in our country. These are the priorities that Cathsseta has set. And one of them is transformation of TVETs. And it again puts emphasis on capacity building. Talks to workplace-based learning experiences, the fourth industrial revolution, analysis of skills needs. I don't see the presentation there, okay. And training provision. The last one would be increasing access to occupationally directed programs. Next slide, please. But what are the issues for TVET colleges? We are undergoing curriculum reviews. We are focusing on OQSF and its implications on us as a sector. And the mandate of TVET colleges, according to the National Planning Commission, the NDP envisages public TVET colleges system in South Africa to be central in driving youth employment, entrepreneurial and job creation opportunities. Is it how TVET colleges link up with Cathsseta? Looking back at the few previous slides that I shared with you, the emphasis has been on building capacity of lecturers, industry linkages and partnerships. But we are not talking about the beneficiary of the service that we are planning for. Next slide, please. What is the ideal? This is me talking to you. Consideration of change drivers for skills development, demand and supply as key determinants. We need to look at the political environment. Earlier, the speaker said, it's not about the government of national unity. It is about the government. What are the priorities of our government? Are we addressing them? Are we talking to the high levels of unemployment? Engaging with the strategic documents of the CETA. I might have missed it, Chairperson. The change in legislative mandates. Yes, there might be with time, but are we accommodating that? The climate change, the market trends, technological advancement and globalization. I'm proposing that when we develop the next SSP, active involvement of quality councils should be considered, not compliance to what is required. Active involvement of educational institutions. When we designed and developed the National Certificate Vocational, the department engaged the lecturers and business and industry to inform the content of the curriculum. Industry partners, they will tell you exactly what is happening, what are the demands out there, the government itself, and the beneficiaries, which are our learners. We need to focus on demand-led programs. Our SSP needs to have a direct impact on curriculum review processes and assessment centers. We need to impact on that. When TVET colleges sit down and develop their own strategic plans, they need to be informed through collaboration with CETAs by the strategies on the table that we have put together. Not TVET colleges responding to the targets that the CETA has set for us to deliver, that we've trained so many lecturers, we've given funding to so many interns, we have placed so many lecturers in the workplaces, and the list goes on. There has to be periodic reviews in consideration of the return on investment done. We need to have a survey on the market trends, the level of responsiveness of our programs, the needs of the target population, and every time let us draw lessons from the previous cycle. In our country, we normally say we have a shortage of artisans. But have we ever sat back to take stock, to look at the investment that we have done? Which areas have we overpopulated? Next slide, please. The breakthroughs in uncertain times. For me, more diversification and less massification is the way to go. We have been producing a lot in terms of the programs that I read out earlier. Massification, it's all about increased enrollment. It also brings about diverse student population, expansion of institutions. Then we start talking physical infrastructure or ICT infrastructure, and it also encourages lifelong learning, yes, of course. But there are concerns around it. The quality concerns, the equity issues would come into play. The resource allocation would be an issue, and job market saturation. Diversification, on the other hand, has got benefits. It manages the risks. It assists us to increase revenue and to promote market competitiveness, innovation, and resource utilization. It talks to efficiencies and effectiveness. The other area that could be considered or must be considered is integration of ICT in all the 6 key sectors driven by the CETA. And recently we had an engagement with the chair on how we could collaborate on research as the South African Public Colleges Organization. We've just established a research desk, and as part of the shared services, we thought it prudent of us, collaboratively with the CETA, to engage on research, constant reviews, and monitoring and evaluation of our practices. Next slide. I don't know whether I've got a video, I don't know whether it will be able to show. But if not, it is okay. It's around the integration of ICT in the various sectors under the Cathsseta that we need to consider and take advantage of. The program director, let me end my presentation here with a food for thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Putti. So I know it's before tea and the breakfast is no more providing the energy, but I'm going to ask you, we're striving for equality. A Cathsseta round of applause for Professor Putti, please. And so there you had it. We had 3 speakers sharing different aspects of what's happening. Our chair sharing the contradictions, the sad contradictions of our country, the vast inequality that exists. At the moment, our country sits with the largest Gini coefficient in the world, and how we need to take collective responsibility for the status and for the solutions. You heard about the Cathsseta's plan to make their impact real for so many people who are desperately needing it, and if we don't, the time bomb that is ticking for all of us. You also heard about government imperatives and the technicalities of the vision and the priorities and the processes involved to get to a complete government plan that is based on outcomes and impact. You also heard from our last speaker the potential possibilities under the current political climate, the TVET colleges' transition, transformations, and challenges, the need to focus on beneficiaries rather than just the supply of interventions, and how we need to start thinking about being more agile and adaptable and relevant to the demands and needs. Also the need for collective approach. So the one is not within the ecosystem, the one is not a demand, it's not a demand and supply, but it's a collective approach. And the need for evidence-based to keep the programs developmental. So we're now going to call upon Professor Wayne Hugo, who will give us a response to all of these critical pieces that have been raised. I'm not going to read his CV because we have him on later. And to help us frame and focus some of our thinking over the next 2 days, welcome, Professor Hugo.
So all protocols observed. So what just went down? What just went down in the last hour over here? What the hell actually happened? So let's just kind of try and make some sense of it. Let's just firstly make some sense of it by the fact that in this room, we've got a collective set of expertise in the Cathsseta zone. Not government, but people on the ground who actually know what the heck is going on and what needs to be done. And we have you in the room, number 1. Number 2, we had the chairperson, Temba Ndlovu, who's clearly articulating that Cathsseta has to go into a new direction. So we know there's that energy over there. But we also know that He's a person who works with the CETA's forums. So when he's speaking over here, he's not just representing one CETA, he also carries the cap of all the CETAs in the country through the forum. And his own expertise in terms of getting businesses going. So that's quite an interesting thing. And as I'm talking about these guys, what I want you to think about in terms of you, I want you to think about that weaver story. The story of the weaver. And the idea that what we have to do over here and the new energies that are coming in, we're talking about weaving. We're talking about networks. We're talking about building connections. We're talking about we can't do it on our own. We're talking about Ubuntu. We are stronger than I. That's what we're talking about as we listen to this. But you can't just say that. You have to have the institutional backing for this kind of stuff to go on. So then what happens is we have the DG coming along for department planning, monitoring, and evaluation. Now let's think about that. That's basically responsible for the NDP, the National Development Plan. Committing to use the powers that they have within government to see if the CETA can work with the plan going forward to try to do things differently. And all of a sudden this weaving story is starting to make sense. You're starting to see that it's not just talk. We're getting different kinds of institutional players, very powerful institutional players starting to commit. And then we have Prof. Putti come along, the president of SACPA. Now, she's a principal of one of the best colleges in the country, Mateo, but she's representing all 50 TVETs in the country. So now all of a sudden we've got this display of a commitment to doing things differently that isn't just talk. It's one CETA and CETAs. It's one TVET college and TVET colleges. It's the whole Department of Planning and Monitoring coming through with the National Development Plan. And you know, when I was kind of sitting watching the early part, and I was watching those photographs in Pietermaritzburg and around that area of chaos on the one side, and it really spoke deeply to me. And really, when I was making sense of the different presentations as they're going on, I was listening to a situation where there's, in the world, just purely in the world, there's like two forces. If I wanted to summarize how I felt this morning session's gone. And the one force is basically entropy. Entropy is heat death. Entropy is chaos. And the universe tends to push towards that position. It just naturally goes there. If you let things slide, if you let things happen, it just pushes slowly towards chaos. And those photos which we were seeing was watching something slowly pushing towards chaos. But there's a second force in the universe which is operating, and it's a life force. It's about working at the edge of chaos and trying to make sure that you try to put networks and order into place so that you can start to feed that chaos and change it and make it something life-affirming. So at the heart of this morning session, that's what I felt. I felt we're in a situation where we've had a sense of pushing towards entropy, and in this room and in those presentations, we were standing up and we were saying, we stand for life, we stand for order, we stand for networks, and to do that, we're not just going to talk about it, we're going to get something going which is called mechanisms. Mechanisms are things which do things. And if you get mechanisms doing things, it changes things. And I'm coming on board, sorry, Prof. Putti mentioned the research desk, so I'm kind of like the director of the research desk. And what it means, me coming over here in terms of the research desk and thinking about how we can work with the TVET colleges and the CETAs in terms of research-driven evidence and performance, which is understanding that there's mechanisms in play, and if we're genuinely doing our work, we will see an effect. And therefore, we have to track those effects. But I'm not just standing here in terms of that representation. I'm also from a university which is committed to these kinds of processes. And if you get the universities, the TVET colleges, the CETAs, government, industry, and really importantly, the SMMEs. Those are the guys on the ground who actually genuinely know what's going on. Those are the guys that are employing people on a local basis. Those are the guys we need to be working with. And finally to say, I'll be doing a presentation later, but I just wanted to, because I've only got 5 minutes, I just wanted to really highlight that for me, listening to the different presentations this morning, I was listening to what they were saying, but bigger than that, I was listening to networks and alliances starting to shape in a way which could actually make a genuine difference within this country and within the Cathsseta space. So I just want to say congratulations to the organizers for thinking of this as a beginning, because for me it embodied what we can do going forward. Do you want?
If you'd like. We need to test the chairs, so please sit. Professor Hugo, thank you for that. I really liked the point you made around we stand for life. Think about that. We stand for life. In spite of all of the technicalities and the mandates and the compliance, ultimately our work has to stand for life, the quality of life for all of our people, to deal with unemployment, to deal with poverty, to deal with inequality. And so to stand for life means that in addition to all of these technical competencies that we need, we have to bring heart to the process. And so I ask you to connect with your heart through this process. And having said that, I want to share something from SA Jazz MC on Facebook, who shared with us how the chair's presentation made him feel so emotional and how it made sense and how we have to stand together and take collective responsibility for the situation that we find ourselves in. So thank you. Can we give all of our speakers a round of applause? I'm now going to call upon CFO Ntona Marota from Cathsseta to make a presentation of thanks to Dr. Nkuna. Please, can you come up again, sir? I know you've got a lovely chair there, but we need you on stage. And to Professor Putti. Can we have the photographer up front? Let's just use this as a photo opportunity. And once the gifts have been handed over, can we ask the chair to come up again, please, and we take a group picture of this panel. Go ahead. You get one later, Prof. Okay. The photographer's in front there. As you can see, Cathsseta takes its subsectors very seriously. The gifts itself are like weight-bearing for their arms as they carry it out. Ma'am, can you get up and go and get it? Yes. Hey? No. So before you go, can we have a group picture? Let's capture the moment. Okay, and so before you go off to tea, thank you everyone. One more Cathsseta round of applause. So guys, we're running late as usual at the beginning of conferences, and as a sign of a good African conference, we're running late, but we're going to be okay with that. So I'm going to let you go to tea, but I'm asking you to please be back by 11:15. I know I'm taking away your time, but have a stretch, have some refreshments, and please be back in the room at 11:15. Thank you. You did well. Hey? No, you did well. You heard from the chairperson, this conference is about a new way and a new day of doing business, expanding, deepening, being more intentional and deliberate about the impact and the quality of Cathsseta's programs and their service, about unlocking the potential and unleashing possibilities. And you also heard that collaboration is one of the cornerstones of the HIPs. And I hope you remember that's a new word you learned here at this conference, HIPs, which stands for High Impact Programs. And so our next panel is going to have a group of people, stakeholders, partners of Cathsseta, who will share some of their experiences. That also gets us to delve deeper into how do we eat this elephant? Because it's a big one. The first session laid this out for us, a big plan, big challenges, and it's not going to take one simple solution. So from this panel, which is entitled Despair Meets Hope, Growing Unemployment, Poverty, Inequality, in spite of skills development programs and initiatives, what are the challenges, constraints, possibilities, and opportunities? A bit of looking back in terms of experiences on the ground, a bit of understanding the technical and policy framework now with the QCTO, requirements and compliance, and a whole lot of looking forward towards ideas and solutions. So also to help you start thinking about how you want to frame, how you want to share in the commissions. We have 4 people on the panel. They will make input, and after which we will have questions and answers. So I ask you to please hold off on that. We welcome back our people online. Before we went on tea, we had over 80 of them, and I appeal to you to keep your comments and questions coming, and we will make sure we include them. So I'm going to invite the panel as I call you up and introduce you to please come and take your seats on the stage. And then they will also speak in that order, after which, like I said, we will go into question and answers. So we have a change to the program. Unfortunately, Ms. Rosemary Anderson couldn't be with us. However, we have Mr. Brett Tange, who's actually a Cathsseta board member, but also director of FEDASA National and East Coast chairman of FEDASA. Can we ask Mr. Brett Tange to join us on stage? Thank you, sir. The person who will speak second is the CEO of Quality Council for Trade and Occupations, Mr. Vijayan Naidu, who was appointed as the CEO of the QCTO on 1st June 2017, having previously held the post of Chief Director for Occupational Quality. He has over 10 years of experience in quality and assurance and 35 years of experience in education and training sector, and has held various positions, including teacher, technical college lecturer, deputy principal of a technical college, and deputy chief educational specialist at the Gauteng Department of Education. His work focuses on skills development and the provisioning thereof across the post-school education and training sector. Mr. Naidu serves on various boards, task teams, and structures which contribute to the development of key policies in education and training sectors. His latest appointment is as member of the Committee for Integrated Post-Schooling Education and Training. Please welcome Mr. Naidu. And on this panel, we also have Mr. Tembinkosi Josopu. Please come up, sir. Who has an interesting combination of educational qualifications and public management, arts, development, and studies. Round of applause, please, for Mr. Josopu. He has a long history of involvement in the youth movement and has held various positions representing this constituency. He holds various board positions and is currently serving in the NEDLAC executive and management committees. He has worked on various NEDLAC teams. And his work focuses on reducing unemployment and poverty in the country. And and contributing to the development discourse. And our fourth speaker, Mr. Samuel Zungu, currently holds the position of the TVET, Head of TVET in the Department of Higher Education and Training. Before I continue, the last time he was a little bit slighted that we didn't give him a Cathsseta round of applause. Can we make sure he gets it now? As the DDG, he's multi-skilled veteran of training of the TVET sector with more than 2 decades experience as a skills development and training practitioner. He has intimate knowledge of the TVET system, having served as a principal of a TVET college. He holds various advisory and board positions, which include chairperson of the BRICS TVET Cooperation Alliance, interim chairperson of the Mbali Education and Innovation Precinct, and chairperson of the Transport Education and Training Authority, chairperson of the Quality Council for Trades and Occupation, and advisor to the administrator to the National Student Financial Aid Scheme. And he's the ministerial appointee of the University of KwaZulu-Natal's Council and on the ministerial task team member for the establishment of the South African Institute for Vocational Continuing Education and Training. Welcome, sir. As I said, please hold your comments. I'm going to get off the stage, and in the order that I introduce the panelists, they will speak to you, and I will be here later to field your questions and comments. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for this opportunity to address you today. So, I'm addressing in terms of the hospitality industry from FedHasa. One of the concerns from the hospitality and tourism industry is the disconnect to an extent between what state training entities are providing through and what state or business is requiring in terms of skills. And that is something we need to urgently address. A lot of the tourism industry, of course, does a lot of in-house training to attempt to bridge that gap between what's trained coming out of universities, TVETs, and then actually going into industry. And I think quite pertinent to us as FedHasa, we were approached about a month ago by an international recruiting company. And they are battling to be able to take South African students on the tourism sphere and take them overseas and put them into hotels in Dubai and London and wherever they are, they're placing these students. The only ones they can use from South Africa are those that have gone through in-house programs at like City Lodge, Southern Sun, Soho Sun. And we need to bridge that skill gap. South Africa's on the cusp of an economic rebound. Everybody can feel it. The change in the atmosphere in South Africa is palpable. We need the skills and the students now more than ever that they can come straight into industry going in the next few years as this country rebuilds itself and grows. And that we need more than ever a connection between educational institutions and business. And I think the importance of a conference like this cannot be overshadowed in that regard. And I think by tomorrow, if we have a way forward, as both the public sector and the private sector, there will be a huge growth opportunity for industry and for the entire sphere that our Cathsseta covers. Thank you.
While I wait for the presentation to go up, let me take this opportunity of greeting the chairperson, CEO, board members of Cathsseta, DDG Zungu, fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Vijay Naidu from the Quality Council for Trades and Occupations, and thank you for the invite to make an input here today. Okay, which direction do I point this in so I can get the slides moving? That way. Doesn't seem, oh, okay. I think I need a skills program in this. All right, maybe I'm going to ask you to control it. It seems like it doesn't work from here. All right, can we go to the next slide? Next slide, please. All right, I think while that slide is coming up, let me make some general remarks then, based on what the chairperson had indicated and what some of the other speakers have spoken about. And I think, Chair, you raised the issue around SETAs as intermediaries. And I think moving forward, we need to really interrogate that concept of an intermediary so that we can bridge this gap between, as was now alluded, between what happens at institutions of training as well as business. And I think that's where the intermediary role comes in, as well as fitting snugly between this issue of supply and demand. Are you having problems with the presentation? If not, I can just get mine and continue. That's good. Try to. All right, that seems to help. This is my opening slide on a number of presentations that I make. So this sounds quite familiar, but I think it's one that is fundamental and kind of sets the tone for what we need to do. And we heard the word skills gap coming up, and closing this gap is not going to happen very easily. And certainly sitting here, it requires a fundamental realignment of our education and training system. And I think that's the newness that the Cathsseta chairperson was talking about. It also requires a concerted effort from policymakers, and that includes people like myself standing up here, as well as representatives of the department and industry, education and training institutions, which includes the SETAs, trainers and students. And for the QCTO specifically, what this meant was developing and implementing a qualifications framework as per our legislative requirement that, now my slides have disappeared. I think I'm going to go and get my computer. Okay. Okay, so we need a qualifications framework which will address the mismatch between the skills and competencies taught in skills development, including technical and vocational education and labor market requirements. And I think that is the point that you were just speaking about, that mismatch, that students coming through both these systems are not work ready and are found wanting. And then the second bullet was to foster the development of qualifications, part qualifications and skills programs, again, based on labor competence technical standards by means of industry involvement. Now at the QCTO, we have this mantra of ours that we develop for industry by industry. So in all processes, industry has to be involved. And it is only in this way that we will ensure that our qualifications, part qualifications, and our skills programs are relevant and credible. Next slide, please. I think I've got about 15 slides, so we have to move faster with them. All right, so I think the most important point that I want to share with you here today is the OQSF, the revised OQSF. And Professor Putti who's one of our #1 fans on the OQSF, has already mentioned it about 3 times in her presentation. So just a bit of a history that the minister published a determination of the sub-frameworks in 2020. And then subsequent to that, the QCTO, and as part of a requirement of the white paper for post-school training, developed a qualification sub-framework, and this was approved by the Third Council, and it was published by the Minister on the 29th of October 2021. Now, if you come to the QCTO, whenever we refer to this as our game changer, because we believe this can change the game of skills development in the country. Next slide, please. Okay, so what is this OQSF all about? All right, so looks like quite a complicated picture, but it actually really isn't. So I'm not going to focus too much on it. The blue blocks there represents what happens in our schooling sector. Obviously, there still isn't an elementary certificate or an intermediate certificate. Certainly, we all know the national certificate, which is your matric. What's in the black is what happens at our universities, higher education. We're all familiar with that. But the big change is what has happened in the block that is colored red. And that's the QCTO space, the OQSF. Now, prior to this, and you may wonder what all the excitement is about, prior to this, QCTO was only allowed to offer occupational certificates at levels 1 to 6. So everything was called an occupational certificate. So even at level 7, it was called just an occupational certificate. And then the system started to question, so what is the value of a certificate at level 7 versus a advanced diploma or a bachelor's degree from a university at level 7? So we call this the game changer because this new qualification types that the minister has approved is not only about nomenclature. It doesn't only match the nomenclature of higher education. It must give you the skill set that you would get from a equivalent qualification from a higher education. So what does that mean for us and why did we do this? And I will probably get ahead of myself and then I'll cut off some of the bullets. We were talking about, in this framework, we highlighted a few issues that we wanted to talk about. Number one, that we wanted parity of esteem between the sub-frameworks and a single coordinated NQF. And I think those are big drivers in the system. When we talk about parity of esteem, we want students who get a level 7 qualification or a level 6 qualification on the NQF to have the same value as that of a student coming out of university. Now let me just take a bit of a detour quickly to tell you how this works in reality. We've worked with the Engineering Council of South Africa, and you know that that's a regulatory body in the country. So in order to be classified as a technician or a technologist or an engineer in the country and to be registered with the Engineering Council, you would need a certain level of qualification from the university. And they would not recognize anything else. They did at some stage recognize the TVET N4, 5, and 6. So we have just finished developing 3 qualifications on the red block, which I showed you, and it has been submitted to the Engineering Council. And so students who qualify with those qualifications would get the same designation as those from university. And I think that is the parity of esteem that we are trying to talk about and to establish. The second issue is that we want TVET colleges to become institutions of choice. Now, the previous minister, Dr. Blade Mzimande, always said TVET colleges must become institutions of choice. At the moment, they're institutions of second choice in the main. Students who can't get to university would come to a TVET college, and I won't elaborate on that. So how do we make TVET colleges institutions of choice? By developing a set of qualifications, occupational qualifications, to replace the pre-2009 qualifications. Just like we've developed a set of qualifications for the sector education and training authorities to replace the pre-2009 qualifications. And I've got a slide on that, I'll talk about that. Then we wanted to promote systematic articulation between TVET colleges and higher education institutions. We are also saying that higher education institutions themselves can offer these qualifications, as well as our community education and training colleges. The two items in red are quite significant for us in the sense that we've included trades on the NQF for recognition purposes. Now, I know in your space, the chef is a trade. It never was on the NQF previously. It was a trade test that was just kept on a register. We have developed it into a qualification that now gives it an NQF level. And because it has an NQF level, a student that's trained as a chef can then study further upwards on the OQSF or even branch into higher education if they so desire. Previously, the trade qualification was almost a dead end in itself. With regards to the NCV and DBE three-stream model, that is some work that's still in progress. Can we go to the next slide? So, we have a very coordinated curriculum development, including industry, the flexibility to allow for the challenges faced by learners who need to gain workplace experience, and that has been said a number of times already in the room, as it allows for workplace experience to be included in the application models and simulated work environment. So, what we do, we've developed a qualification type that has three components: the knowledge, the practical, and the workplace experience. And it is only on completion of those three compulsory components that the learner gets access to the assessment against which they will be certificated. For far too long, we've had a system where learners would be at any institution, whether it was a TVET or a university, and they would in the main get theory, and then they are left on their own to go and get the relevant work experience and then find employment. And that's partly why we landed up where we are. What we've done is to include the work experience inside the qualification. And that's the big change in the system. So, for people in the room who are providers, and I know there are a lot of providers here, and you've been accused before of being on the supply side, it's fine, but you've got to include that element of the workplace experience so that the student coming out is ready, that when they get to the job, they are able to render the same services as the chairperson experienced that. I forget the name of the institution or hotel right now. We've also got qualifications, part qualifications and skills programs. I spoke about the external integrated summative assessment, and then we've got the final integrated summative assessment. Next slide, please. All right, all our qualifications have articulation possibilities. I've spoken about that. We use a stacking model, building blocks, and learners can progress. Let's go to the next slide and I'll explain those bullets. All right, this is a very simplified version of what I presented in the other slide. You could see that in this OQSF, we conceptualized it as almost a staircase that students could climb up one level at a time. NQF level 1 to NQF level 2, NQF level 3. They could exit at any point to meaningful employment or self-employment. We've made provision for upskilling and reskilling, which was a critical element that we need to address now. And they could exit into the workplace at any stage and come back into the system and continue further up that ladder that we have. Now, on the left-hand side, you'll see there's a red block called Part Qualifications, Skills Programs, and Micro-Credentials. So we've also developed these Part Qualifications and Skills Programs. And while the rest of the world and even higher education in South Africa is grappling with this concept of micro-credentials, we've just simplified it and said, let's call them skills programs. That's what a micro-credential is. So a skills program in the QCTO environment is anything that is 8 credits, 2 weeks training, and it could go up to becoming a part qualification. So we have a very flexible model here. And I think, Chairperson, you showed the lady sitting and selling the chips and things. Now, this is where our skills programs come in. that we're not only talking about providing for people who have come into an institution of learning at the QCTO. These skills programs are also for those who have little to no education. And we've got a range of programs that we want to roll out at the CT colleges, from your basic, and again, I'll touch what's on your industry, baking, just baking of bread, confectionery, and a number of short skills programs that give people a sense of being, rather than just selling there. We want to qualify them also in the other skill sets that they would need to do what they are doing. Can we just move on? There's some important stuff. So we understand that there is a challenge with workplace experience in this country. We have a shortage of work opportunities where learners can get work experience. So what we've done is we've embraced this concept of simulated training where applicable, and technology has moved so fast now that a number of practical exercises could be conducted on simulators. So we have included that into our qualification framework, and that is to help the system to actually move. The next slide. So I spoke about the determinations up front, but can we just move to the next slide? All right, so this is what has been keeping us busy as a QCTO over a number of years now, and I think this is a very important slide that I probably need to draw your attention to. That we had a number of pre-2009 qualifications, and in that you had your legacy trade qualifications, you've got your national N certificate, your N1 to N6, which is primarily your TVET. Then where the CETAs came in is this unit standard based qualifications, and there was a host of them registered by SAQA. And then you also had some outcome based qualifications. Now, the challenge for the QCTO has been to reduce these qualifications to occupational qualifications and get them registered by SAQA. And so the OQSF policy of 2014 was replaced. Now, we have had a measure of success in doing this, but we're still sitting with some major challenges, both within the TVET space as well as the CETA space. Can I move to the next slide? And I think this is where, all right. Now, colleagues, this is where, as they say, the rubber hits the road. I can either be killed today for putting this slide up, but I thought I'm going to have to do it to show you where we're sitting at. Now, if you look at, and I'm going to look at Cathsseta, that's the first, second, third, fourth, fifth one there. Cathsseta, and unfortunately I can't see from here the numbers, but the purple indicates dormant qualifications. That means we've had those qualifications, but they're lying dormant. They haven't been used for the last 3 years. There's been no enrollments in 3 years. Now, why do we as a sector still have that? Should we have not by now, as a sector, replaced those with what industry demands? And if we talk about renewing chair, this is where it starts. We have to identify the old and replace it with the new. The yellow shows 40 odd that are in realignment. And I think there we must applaud Cathsseta. If you look at the yellows throughout, I think it is the second largest number that are in realignment. So that means there's change in progress. But I'm saying, from 2020, we are now in 2024. We're still doing that. We should have completed it at some point. But let's get that yellow into the green. If we can get all that yellow into green, then we've made the transition into occupational qualifications. And by definition of what I said, an occupational qualification then is a qualification developed by industry, for industry. It has the knowledge component, it has a practical component, it has the workplace component, it has an external integrated summative assessment, equaling a learner who is able to get to the job market or the job place and do what that qualification says they can do. That's what we need to get at. So I won't go through the rest of the slides, and please don't tell the other seaters now, CEO Tubela, of what I showed you here. All right, can we go to the next one? All right, we have an ecosystem. Let's go through that quickly. You've been seeing that I've been talking, and I know I'm almost past my time, but I think I'm taking some of the time given for me here. We have to work with this ecosystem where QCTO has to work with its quality partners, the seaters, and the seaters have to have a very close relationship with the industry chambers. If you don't have that relationship with the industry and industry chambers, where do we know what the industry requires? So there's this movement between QCTO, seaters, and chambers that moves in both directions. Okay, can I get to the next slide? I'm running out of time. This is just to show you again in an amplified way of how we're going to work with the seaters, QCTO maintaining its quality assurance while the seaters continue with the activities linked to qualifications development, accreditation, quality assurance, assessment, and certification. All right, I think this is just, again, indicating how the quality partner model works. We, as a QCTO, we have a service level agreement with Cathsseta, as we do with all other seaters, and this is the way in which that SLA actually rolls out and what each party is actually accountable for. Okay, so our Vision 2027 emphasizes the ecosystem approach, which I've spoken about. The PSET system needs better partnerships, particularly with industry through the seater chambers, or I don't know what you would call it. Some seaters call them chambers, some seaters call them by other names. And then Cathsseta, in collaboration with the sectors it represents, needs to work much more closely with the QCTO to close the qualification gaps as noted in the Cathsseta APP 2324. And your statement there was engagement with the QCTO. So we are really looking forward, Cathsseta, to a closer engagement with the QCTO so that we can move with that qualification realignment. Hospitality sector is moving fast, but care should be taken that multiple professional organizations do not begin to compete in the space. Now we've seen this coming up, that you need to coordinate it in your chambers. Otherwise you've got these different organizations fighting for the same qualifications, which we can ill afford to have. And this needs to be alleviated through stronger partnerships with industry. So hope means working together. Some of the easiest qualification types we think to transition are the Cathsseta qualifications. Tourism qualification was developed, was one of the first occupational qualifications we developed over 6 years ago. Unfortunately, very limited uptake. And I think the last bullet there is that together as a QCTO, with Cathsseta and the DHET, we can transition the PSET system to one that erases despair and brings hope to our learners. We have to transition the system from quantity to quality. I think for a number of years, it's as SETA's been giving out discretionary grants to train so many learners and whatnot. I think now we have to move to ask the question, what are we giving the money for? What are we training against? And I think if we can answer ourselves that critical question, we would be moving from this situation of despair to hope. Thank you, ma'am.
No, thanks very much to Vijay, and I think to a certain extent his presentation, it does agree with some of the points that I have prepared in my presentation. We may diverge somewhere. You can flag the presentation, but the first point I wish to make, well, is that, when I was alerted by the CEO that I have to come here, it was on Thursday. I had to dust off, some of my notes from my academic work and to quickly prepare this presentation. Mine is just 7 slides, so it's not that long. But the first thing that I wish to put to the fore is that, I've said it to most skills conferences, is that the notion of a skills gap as a deterrent or impediment to job creation, it's false. There is quite a lot of literature to support that claim. the problem, it is not skills. But the problem, but the thing that we have got accustomed to, of course, informed by the dominant view in relation to skills development, is that whenever we've got socio-economic challenges in our country, we blame education. To an extent that, as you'll see in that slide, that I make a point that whenever there are economic or growing inequalities and the economic growth is stagnant, most countries across the world, if you can go and check some of the ILO work, we tend to say, no, look, we must expand education, we must open up for more. Later on, I'll discuss the issue of massification of education and its dangers. In South Africa, we know we have, for some time, had slogans, make education fashionable, and that TVET as institutions of choice, they are still indeed DDG. But the point we're trying to make here is that whenever we're confronted with challenges, we tend to find refuge to education. And later on, I will justify as to why, in my view, I think that is wrong. The points that I'm going to make, next slide, there are two. One, the idea of skill, it is a social construct. As you'll see there, that sociologists who deal with labor markets make a point that the skill, it is politically and socially constructed. So it's not something that falls from the sky, or it exists outside all the other social constructs or constructs that are found in society. But secondly, is that the dominant view, which is informed by the theory, I'm sure most of you who are in the room know the theory of human capital, which is a dominant view, particularly in Anglophone countries. As you will know, that South Africa's skill system in the initial stages was imported from Australia and then also from British, is that we tend to assume that whenever you train, there are jobs that are readily available. And we know that it is not so. So when you train and you massify education, the assumption is that as soon as you finish your degree, as soon as you finish your diploma, there is a job that is waiting for you there. We know that it is not so. And we'll demonstrate later on as to why it is not so. We do make a point, of course, here, as I've mentioned, that your Anglophone countries like your Australia, British, where South Africa mostly or mainly we tend to adopt systems from, is that in policy or in relation to skills development, they remain unproblematized. To a certain extent, that is that we tend not to focus much more on issues of social policy in determining the skills that we need, to an extent that skills become an afterthought. Let me make a living example. At Network, we made this point as community constituents. There was an economic recovery plan that was negotiated. It was done. When it was done, after 3 months, then there was a thought, oh yes, we need skills. And skills were not integrated in the ERRP. Skills became an afterthought. Recently or currently, there is a hot topic on just transition. Just last week, Salga held a conference on just energy transition. We were also there, and one of the things that we've noticed throughout their program, when they were discussing just energy transition, there was nothing mentioned about skills. And the point that Vijay made, that in some instances we tend to deal with old issues. For example, now we are discussing just energy transition. I'm sure in South Africa it will be in 2030 that we'll start to think about skills for just energy transition. And the training would have moved. Fortunately, I've done research on that part for my master's. I've researched that area. It is out there. And I was looking at all the 21 sitters as to what they are doing. And the findings of that report, of my research report, are quite surprising. The next slide. In this slide, the point that we're making is about the massification of education. And the point that I've just made, you can go to the next slide about skills being an afterthought. And I won't go to the first bullet, I'll just go to the second bullet. Well, the other theory that I think it's quite, as I've said, that the skills gap theory is false, is that once education becomes massified, I'll make an example. We know that now, to a certain extent, that at some point, having matric, it was something commendable. Later on, having a degree, it was something commendable. But we now know that even if you have NQF level 7, you may not be in a good chance for you to be employed. That's why now people are going much more for postgraduate degrees. To the extent that some of us, we even go to churches to confer PhD degrees because there's pressure out there to be on a high level, you know? Now, the point that's the point that we're making here, that once education, go back to the, you say that once education is massified, it leads to employers increasing job requirements to maintain prestige and respect associated with firms. Again, if you go and read much more theory on this, you will find that even institutions, to an extent, that if you have the same, let's say, Bachelor of Commerce from TVET and Bachelor of Commerce, let's say from, let me mention my institution so that I don't offend people, the one that I used to study, let's say Nelson Mandela University. The person from TVET, even before they could open the CV, by seeing their certificate, they will think that person is better, without even have looked at that. So that's the point we're trying to make here. Let's go to the next slide. Now, in this slide, the point that we're making is that, remember we said initially that we tend to think that they are readily available jobs. So if we train or massify education, that most people will be employed without looking at the structure of the economy and changing the structure of the economy. That's where my point is, and the core of this presentation. To a certain extent, that to make a point that the investment in human capital, it must take into cognizance the changing needs of the economy, the point that Vijayan was making. To a certain extent that, like as he had made, that showed what I call the graph, is that we tend to, even when I was busy with my research, that you find that some of the things that our colleagues are doing in the skill space, they are not in alignment with the developments that are found, which later on in my conclusion, I'll just quote someone who addresses that. Now, we tend to want to catch up with the path that is moved. And by the time that you are trying to catch up, you find that already the industry has also moved. So we're chasing. And that's the problem why you find that, because the question that we must answer here is that why, in spite of skills, we still have unemployment and inequalities. That is the reason we're chasing. And there's an issue of the structure of economy. So that's our attempt in trying to answer that. And Vijayan came with data to support at least my claim now. So at least I can find solutions to that. But also, now the next slide, which is conclusion. And I want to read this conclusion in support, or as I'm saying that Vijayan made this point, is that it's Professor Stefan Ale Vijayan who made this point. She says, while policymakers may believe that they are creating a demand-led system, it is focused on employers' short-term labor market needs, rather than long-term educational needs of young people, or even perhaps the long-term needs of the economy. Employers build on skills of yesterday. Ironically, this leads to lack of labor market currency for many occupational qualifications. The point that we've just made is that we keep on chasing, and that most of these occupational qualifications, they lack currency. That's number one. Now, if they lack currency, you will sit with a qualification that is not current and not in sync with the industry needs, and you won't be employed. It then means that we need to be agile, to be current, but also not to consider skills as an afterthought. And this criticism, it should not be our responsibility, but that of status. It means that the skills issue is not only that of the TVET and their own stakeholders. It must also be aligned to economic cluster of the country. You can't have skills this side, the economy this side. If you go and look in most countries like Germany, Switzerland, and your Asian tigers, and how they've moved, literature is at large at that, how they've moved, to an extent that in terms of their planning, skills has been integrated in their economic planning. You cannot therefore have employment or have number of employed people without aligning skills development and the economy. And in South Africa, I can tell you now, for free, is that the two are separated. That is why our skill system is considered to be fragmented, ad hoc, and reactive. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks.
No, thank you very much, Program Director. I think the previous speakers have already covered me. I might as well concur and sit down. I think just to observe all the protocols, Mr. Joseph, I think I just want to agree with you in terms of the mismatch and the misalignment that we find within our skills development. Even within the Department of Higher Education and Training, as I'm seated here, we have the TVET branch and we have the skills branch. So the sitters that are here, they resort under the skills branch, under DDG Mvalo, and I've got to deal with the TVET branch. But all of us, we are dealing with skills development at the end of the day. So those are some of the misalignment. I'm glad you're mentioning Switzerland as an example. Not that I'm advocating changes. We already have too many changes, but the TVET colleges are not within the Department of Education, but they are under the Department of Economic Development. That then brings them closer to where industry is, because any qualification that comes out of a TVET is meaningless if that student has not been in an industry, and that's a reality. I will just quickly go through the slides. I see they've disappeared. My ones will be very quick now because a lot has been covered. But I think we just move to the next slide. So let's start there. I'm here, and this might sound, because I'm within the department, but I think it's important that we do a bit of introspection and just open up, because I think this summit is about that. We're not here to hide anything. And I'm saying to you, yes, I'm not well, and I need panacea. And I think out of this engagement, indeed, Chair, will find panacea that will heal me, because within the TVET branch, I can say, yes, I'm not well. So we'll look at the challenges, the constraints, the possibilities, as well as opportunities, and then conclude. Part of the challenges, as already you've seen on the first slide, the issue of the mismatch between the skills and industry needs. The disconnect in skills development, as we know that most of our graduates, as they exit, they are unable to find work placement. Part of the reason, again, and I'm glad that industry is amongst us here, is that in our situation, students come to TVET colleges, apply to study and become maybe mechanical engineer, but in other countries like Germany, because we've made an example, those young people, they don't go to their colleges. They go to the industry and say, I want to be an apprentice. It is the industry that then sends them to the nearest college for them to study. And that's why you'll never find the issues of students not being placed in anywhere, because immediately they are attached to a particular industry for them to do the work placement. And again, what VJ presented, that the new occupational programs are trying to bring closer the industry, because the students do not have to spend 6 months consuming theory at a TVET college, because remember, anything that I can say here, if I can stand here for an hour, after an hour, you'll only recall 17% of what I would have said after that. So imagine if you are there for 6 months. By the time you arrive in the plant, you have forgotten, and you can only remember 17% of what you would have acquired. Issues of outdated programs. Some of the programs, you all know that some of them are older than me, that are offered in TVET colleges. Don't ask how old I am, but I think I'm old enough that some of those programs, more than 30 years. When I grew up, they were NATED or Report 190, 191 programs offered by TVET colleges, and they are still there. And hence, we are embarking on this curriculum transformation drive as the department. Next slide. The other area that we also grappling with, the next slide, please, is around the issue of perception of TVETs. The cultural stigma that most people that will go to TVET colleges are those people that would have not made it in our university space. And I think that's what has gave birth to what is known or popularly known as the inverted pyramid, where the majority of our young people from basic education, they move to university as opposed to TVETs. And at the tip of the pyramid, you only find the young people in TVET colleges. Juxtapose that against what is happening in Germany, Switzerland. From basic education, the next layer will be TVETs, and the tip of the pyramid, it will be the university enrollments. So we need to change this perception. We need to make institutions, I think Vijay said, we need to make them as institutions of choice, and we need to do that together with yourselves. The next slide, please. The other issue is around the quality of education. We need to resource TVET colleges. We need to ensure that the facilities, you don't go to a TVET college that has got buildings that are falling apart. It just does not give any hope for any young person to go there. We need to make sure that the equipment that is used to train them is up to date and is of relevance to their training. I think we are taking our young people now to go and compete in France, in Lyon, to compete in the World Skills competition. But if we go to our workshops, training workshops, and see the kind of equipment that is currently there versus what they are going to use when they compete. Last year, we were so embarrassed because we had to compete on electric cars on the automotive space. When they arrived there, they could not compete because they are used to Valiant engines. I see Bob Masondra Zimbinda, but he probably the one that will know a Valiant engine that still have AMA points. So we have shifted from that. So we need to make sure that colleges are well resourced. But also within the TVETs themselves, as we said, the standard, we have what is called the maturity model just to see, because they are different. Historically, if you read the CET Act 16 of 2016, it will tell you that part of its preamble, we have to deal with issues of redress and access. Redress, we had recapitalization back in 2005, 2006, but we could not implement it fully to address the issue of colleges that you find in the cities, colleges that you find in the townships, college campuses that you find in the rural settings. They are not on the same wavelength. And how do we then deal with the issues of redress? So the standard that you then find will then vary from college to another. Next slide. Economic challenges, the low growth rates, I think it's been alluded to. Remember, colleges, TVET college, 70% should be practical, 30% should be the theory that's equal to a TVET. But let's go to our TVETs now, those that are researchers, to find out if that is that's the status at this point in time. If you take the program that is called the National Certificate Vocational, you'll see that we do the opposite. We do the opposite because of what happened, Vijay will recall. When we introduced NCV in 2007, there was an issue of the TAF in terms of the quality assurance bodies. The only body that was ready to take what we were doing, because we started with that, put practical 70%, 30% theory, but there was no one to quality assure. What did we do then? We went to Umalusi. But what is it that Umalusi is capable of? Umalusi is capable of somebody that will set a 3-hour paper, and then that's the exam we write. Is that how we define our TVET education? I said 70% theory, 70% practical, 30% theory. And what is happening, I'm glad Vijay is here, in terms of examinations and assessments, reforms, that's where we need to also look at. Because we are now subjecting our young people who are supposed to make this podium, produce this podium. We must say, you must go and write a 3-hour paper on how to produce this. But we are not assessing them how to make this. So in 2007, what happened, Chair? We did portfolios of evidence. Our TVET colleges packed them in their vans, went to Pretoria to get them quality assured. When we arrived at Umalu said, what is this? He says, no, these are portfolios of evidence. Okay, what does that mean? It means that a student baked a cake on the 2nd of February, what, here's a portfolio of evidence. Umalusi said, I wasn't there. And I've never even tasted that cake if it tastes good. So go back with your files. We are going to set a standard for you that will subject them to a 3-hour paper. Let them write the 3-hour paper. That's what we are doing. Is that how we define technical and vocational education in South Africa? That's what defines the difference between ours and the neighboring countries. If you go to Zim today, that's why you find someone from Zim and you ask them to make this, they'll do the best. But if I take my own child that went to a TVET college here, he will battle because he knows how to do this on paper. It will be better for him to write that paper having produced this first. Hence the issue of assessment standards, Prof. Putti, we need to look at that. Now, next slide. The perception of TVET, I've already touched on that. The issues around funding, because part of our challenges is around funding. The inadequate funding within the TVETs, disparity in funding ratios, 1:8. If you look at the budget for universities versus our budget, just a tiny little thing is worse with the CET colleges. And I think that is one area that we need to address and therefore be able to address what is called the inverted pyramid. And again, Chair, and I'm glad that you are the chair of chairs, and I see there is Mr. Towela from the MICT as a chair, that other chairs are here. As part of these 7 impactful programs, our hope is that we should be able to present to yourselves the issue of the introduction of the new occupational programs. You can move to the next slides. The new occupational programs that Mr. Naidu was presenting, because that's our future in terms of ensuring that our curriculum remains both responsive and relevant to the needs not just of the economy, but that of the country. I do take note of what Mr. Joseph was saying, that we always think that by training people, we are going to create more job opportunities for them. But at least it creates better chances for them. The issue is, what is it that we are training them on? And again, in terms of our program, the quality of the programs that we are training, why are we confining our young people to only our borders in South Africa? Why would I find someone from Kenya plying their trade here in South Africa, or from Nigeria plying their trade here, but less of our South African going to the rest of the continent? Because we confine ourselves within our shrinking economy and not to think broader than that. We can move to the next slide. So the issue of inadequate industry partnerships, that's one of the areas, and I hope that at the end of the summit, we'll find employers that will raise their hands and say, I am employer so-and-so, I can be able to take 10 of the students in the hospitality industry. I think Chair will lead by example, because he mentioned in his opening remarks that he's in the space of hospitality. And therefore, in his establishment, I want to go this weekend, Chair, and check how many of the TVET are you employing there in your establishment, so that they can get that work explored. So we need employers that are going to raise their hands and say, I can take 10, I can take 100 of these young people before they even go and enroll at a TVET college. So that's one of the issues that we need to address. Next slide. The issues of social inequalities, the barriers to access, as the Department of Higher Education and Training, in terms of the financial aid support, we all know that we've got NSFAS, but some of the students have also viewed that as some form of a grant. Others will even tell you when you meet them at campus, they say, "Sir, I think it's better to be here at campus than getting just a social grant." But what is it that we are here for? It's not for a grant. You are given an opportunity to advance your career. The next slide. What are the possibilities? I've already touched on the issue of the curriculum reforms, the alignment with industry, and also looking at the competence-based type of training. But we do need to include, as part of I've seen some of the principles here, that we need to teach our young people on problem solving. They need to begin to do type of education that will make them to address societal projects. I saw Mr. Mkwena here, who's the principal of Orbit College. I was impressed. I went to his college in Northwest recently, where he has opened a laboratory for AI. These kids come there, they bring the societal challenges that they are grappling with on a daily basis. Then they sit with their coaches who coach them on how to do programming and resolving some of those challenges. One of the solutions they were coming up with is addressing issues of sign languages and so forth, that you can come into your house. They've now designed something that you say, "I'm home." And when you say you're home, your curtains open, everything is switched on, and you want to use your hand to control your volume up and down, change channels just using your hands. It comes from a TVET college that is here in South Africa. Where's Mr. Mkwena? Is he here? I thought I saw him somewhere. But it's from Orbit TVET College. They have won an international award, by the way. They went to Poland to compete, and they won an international award at that level as South African kids. It means we need to provide them with those opportunities for them to excel. I see the chair of MICT is nodding because he's going to fund them going forward from MICT. So the curriculum reforms, the alignment with the industry is very important. We also need industry to be part, as we are setting up our governance structures. You need to sit in our councils. You need to sit in our academic boards so that you can then be able to provide inputs on the curriculum development. Chasing time, let's just go straight to the government initiatives slides. The policy support for TVETs, that government initiatives are aimed at enhancing the status and funding of TVET colleges. We have a number of initiatives that we have started. Also the incentives for employment that we also offer the young people, the stipends, but also the investment in infrastructure is not adequate. One of the areas, Chair, that we'll be looking support on is on the ICT infrastructure, because we are now trying to drive the digital transformation of the TVET sector at large. Let's go to almost last slide. The introduction of questionnaire programs, I won't dwell much on that one. We've spoken about it. It is a new way that our colleges will now be deemed relevant in terms of what they are offering, but we need your support. So what we have done, because we are phasing out N1 to N3 and all the N-nated programs, as we are phasing them out, we are phasing in the occupational programs, but it's a trade-off. Nated was cheaper to offer. We are bringing new occupational programs which are going to be more expensive to drive, and that's why we need your support in that regard. But also, we need your support in the development and the capacity building of our staff members so that they can be able to offer this. Remember, some of them came as teachers. Now we want to qualify them as artisans, because for you to be there in that space, you need to be qualified artisans. Let me then end, if I can just go straight to the last slides. Very last. We have also enhanced the issue of entrepreneurship in TVET colleges. As we speak this week, in this vicinity, we have young people that we have now coined as TVETpreneurs, who are now taken from artisans and they have now becoming entrepreneurs. They brought their ideas, they will be here. I think on Friday they are competing, they will be presenting and pitching their ideas so that the venture capitalists can then come and say, we have our own Elon Musk here, and then we want them to become entrepreneurs. Lastly, the digital transformation of our TVET colleges, because as we go online enrollments, we need online examination and assessments, but we also ensure that our lecturers are digital savvy. Thank you very much. I would have said more than I suppose.
Guys, have we forgot about our Cathsseta applause? For the panel, please. So we've heard a lot about the problems, about the challenges, but also some spaces for opportunity, how we need to get our supply and demand more accurate, the disconnect in skills development, outdated programs, the cultural stigma, redress, access, resource, etc. Also heard an interesting discourse on skills as a social construct. And also what I'm taking from there is what we teach in terms of curriculum, how we teach it in terms of pedagogy, and how then do we assess it. So we have the technical imperatives in terms of how we change, and then the substantive ones that needs to drive it. Also to how do we deal with the culture, the cultural stigma of TVET colleges. So I'm now going to open for questions. Put your hands up if you want to speak. We have some roving mics. I'm going to take 3 questions. Please ask your question. Brevity will be appreciated because of time. And while we're waiting for hands to go up and for mics to get in place, I'm just going to read 1 or 2 comments from our online people. And thank you for staying with us, our online audience. The one is from Bongani Mashlangu. On Facebook, the nature of interactions or lack of between the state industry and post-school education determines the employment and education and SME startup trajectories. Without an integrated strategic plan aligning these 3 in the relevant industries, determines support mechanisms for entrepreneurship and SME development, qualifications will struggle to yield outside. Do we have any questions? Hands up? Yes, sir. Please, can you identify who you are, your organization, and if you are directing your question to anyone in particular on the panel?
My name is Brian Tubazana. I'm a tour guide. I represent ETHA, Ekurhuleni Tourism Heritage Association. I'm based in Davidson. I would like to first thank Cathsseta for giving me this opportunity to come here. I was in a program last year done by Cathsseta and GTA. Cathsseta made sure that we are qualified tour guides. So thanks Cathsseta, I'm now a qualified tour guide. My question is from the chairperson, Mr. Ndlovu. Mr. Ndlovu spoke about, in fact, he showed us a video there of the lakes and the dams and streams having a lot of problems there. So Ekurhuleni is the city of lakes, and also you are an aviation center. So our lakes are our attractions because of the bird sanctuary and all that, because Ekurhuleni is the city of lakes. So I was wondering if maybe Cathsseta could maybe intervene to help us clean our lakes and also our streams and dams in the townships. And lastly, I don't know if maybe I'm wrong, but can you please correct me? From the panel and everyone, nobody spoke about tour guides and tour operators. And I don't know if maybe that is in your programs. because that's a skill. Being a tour guide is a skill, being a tour operator is a skill. And also with regards to the heritage sites in the townships, can please Cathsseta intervene to help us promote township tourism? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I didn't hear a question. I did hear some suggestions. And what we're going to do is hand this over to our tourism and hospitality breakaway group commissions, because those are ideas that can be included in terms of offering it and making the suggestions to Cathsseta. Thank you, sir. I have a hand here. Are there any other hands?
Off your left-hand side.
Okay, I'm going to take 3 questions first, and we'll go to the panel. And so we have a gentleman here, we have a hand here, and we have a hand there, and then I'll come to the other side of the, I'm not forgetting you. And while we're waiting for the person, I think another comment from Facebook is there's been no mention of sport so far, and we shouldn't underestimate the role of sport and recreation as a tool for change. Okay, sir. Where are we?
I've been instructed to stand up. I'm scared of the audience, so. My name is Simpiwe Tobela. So the question is, quickly, without wasting time, for Mr. Jesop. The first is that the problems of education and skills, massification with the hope of a job, probably I think at the principal level we should agree on that it's not it's fallacious to think that once you're trained and you're educated then there's a job at the end. But there's a different question that I think you should address for us. When you say there's a problem of massification of education, for somebody who is ordinary and listening to that, what is the interpretation that they get out of that? And linked to that, is there a clear chasm or difference between education and skills development, or these are linked? Because our rhetoric at this level is going to be important to set for the message that we send out there. Lastly, probably it also goes into how do we define education itself. I think Prof. Putti would also help in defining what's education after all. So the last question is, you make a point about ERRP as the skill being an afterthought. The 38-page document, one of the words used more often than any other word in that document for its entire 38 pages is skills. And you then say it was an afterthought. Are you saying it was an afterthought before it was completed? Or I want to understand the afterthought part of it, because even on the enablers on the document, when it identifies enablers, one of the key enablers of that economic construction and development is actually skills development. If you can just clear those for me, thank you.
Thank you. Sir, I'm going to take your first question, and I appeal to you to ask one question for spaces of inclusivity and more people get to speak. Your second question, Mr. Joseph will be around. You can take it offline with him. So that's the first question. Can I have another question, please? I pointed to someone on this side of the room. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Tobela Dlamini. I'm the creative coming from South African Music Industry Council as the DSG of SAMIC and also the chairperson of SIFSA in Gauteng. My question will start here. It's a pity that the Department of Arts and Culture, I don't know why they are not here, because this question also touches them a lot. There's what we normally hear these days with the government when it speaks to us from the creative sector. They speak of art in schools. And that has become a subject of people just talking art in schools. But in terms of implementation, it's a bit of a challenge. My question will then be, how do we close the gap? because there was a gap in one of the slides that was highlighted by one of the panelists, that there is a gap somewhere around Cathsseta interacting with us as stakeholders. There is a very big gap there. How do we practically close this gap for Cathsseta to engage with the creative sector? For us, it is very critical. We tried at some point, but it keeps on not being consistent. And I would like us to address that particular gap in this forum, to say, how do we close the gap? Because when you speak art in schools, you ought to be speaking to people who are practitioners in the sector, not just anybody who's taking a chance. So we've got a problem within the sector where you'll find people coming in because they think they're knowledgeable, but practically they've not been playing a part in the space. So our space gets to be abused, sort of. And I would like us, panelists, to actually address that. Maybe Obabu Zung as well, before Evuga Omoya, to say, have a look at it, to say, Omoy Muvuga, Uvugele, we art in schools, to say, how does the Department of Education and the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture come up with a solid plan to close this particular gap? Because you'll talk art in school and you'll take an artist who does not have any NQF level to go into a school and teach without qualifications.
Thank
So
you,
we need
sir.
to close that gap.
Thank you,
very
sir.
much.
Thank you for your question. I'm going to take one more question. Please, I appeal to you, can we keep it short? If you're making a comment, make your comment. If you're asking a question, please ask your question. There was a hand on this side. Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Nad Mashinini. I'm from Siavuga Electoral Improvement Foundation. My question is directed to Mr. Josopu. I just want to find out maybe from him, so that maybe if he can assist this conference to elaborate further on the issues of alignment of skills and economy, as to say, how can maybe Cathsseta play a very critical role in that, because in the years that we have been active participant, we have not seen that happening. And one of the sector meetings that we once had, the chairperson, Mr. Ndlovu, once engaged on that. So I just want us to engage on that and say, how can that happen? Because now we are providers of these skills programs, and then we also would like to know how maybe that can also assist us to be able to then assist in the economic development of these kids or any people that we are helping. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's go to the panel. I'd also just like to expand the question that's been asked around how to engage stakeholders. I think it was Mr. Naidu who talked about the need for the consolidation of the ecosystem, which we looked at 3 major pieces, and I think if maybe we can extend that to say, how then do we engage stakeholders within that ecosystem? Okay, sir, since your name came up twice, let's go with you. Sorry, you can sit and speak if you'd like.
I can sit.
Yeah, you can sit and speak.
No, thanks, Chairperson of the session. Well, I actually think the chair of MICT SETA has the answer to the question. I think he was just provoking a conversation to an extent that there is actually a difference between education and skills. But I get where he's coming from, so that, because he makes a point that so that those who live here are quite much more clearer as to what we mean by that. I mean, there's actually a difference between the two. To borrow from his words, that there's actually a rhetoric out there that usually says there are those who may not be qualified but can be educated, right? Hence, we even speak about RPLs. Those might not have gone through what we call the classroom, or might not have gone through the formal education, but they can actually, or they do possess a skill to do certain things practically. So I think to that extent, that's where we can find a distinction. That on the part of education, and when you look at education from where I'm sitting, it's much more broader. And then we've got branches then within education itself. So by education, that's what I mean. Then within education itself, then you find your skills. That's what is being meant by that, to clarify it. And I even say, I mean, that skills even itself, it is contested, what does it mean? And there's a lot of work that is being done. I see the good say, seemingly is nodding. He says, okay now. All right, on the second one, well, this is a big topic. As I've said, that one of the things that I've recently done, on my research, was to look at the role of sitters towards skills for just transition. And I've looked in fact, all the sitters as to what is it that, one, they are doing now, two, what is it that they're planning to do. And I've also looked at the role of the QCTO in that regard. And the intention was that it's quite clear that now some of the coal plants in South Africa will be shut down. And some of the workers who will be in Mpumalanga somewhere may not have employment the following day if we move towards renewable energy. Somewhere in the Northern Cape, where we will be focusing much more on solar, as you're focusing on that side of the country in terms of solar, you will find communities who are there, but may not be able to access some of these opportunities because, what I will use carelessly, they have not been prepared prior to access some of the employment opportunities. Hence, we may find that sometime we may have to import some of the skills, and there must still be a transition to even train our own people who may be employed by some guys from China, some guys from Russia, just to train them on how to do these things. So some of the things that we have looked at, that we know where we're going. We know that some of these coal plants are going to be shut down. Now, what is it that then we're doing to plan for that eventuality was going to occur? So the point is that, but also too, although that now, in terms of the industrial policy, we had what is called a document called IPIP, right? If you look there, it identifies industries. Although recently we have not had its iterations, it identifies some areas that the country is going to focus on. And there is movement towards that. So I think that in terms of our skills planning, that's where we should get our guide. And the planning should not occur when we are done with the IPAP. But while we're busy negotiating the IPAP, we need to also be able to align that, with the skills development. That's the point I was trying to make. As I've said, that is a big topic. We can even take it offline. So that's the point I'm trying to. But in terms of stakeholders, I think the good colleagues who are within the SETA space will then have to answer that as to what is it that can be done to make sure that there's a partnership with my good colleague who asked a question. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Does anyone else on the panel want to deal with the issue of the ecosystem consolidation? Because I think it also speaks to the point that Brett made in terms of the disjuncture between what are the needs. We can speak to that. And how do we optimize that? So how do we make sure that that ecosystem includes the stakeholders and the beneficiaries? I'm sorry, I'm speaking away from the mic. Do you want to deal with that?
I think there's also, apart from that whole ecosystem, and I think one of the disconnects we do have is, and I don't think it was correct by the government, in that we've disconnected basic education and higher education in the country. A skill is a skill. We need to get those skills into, how do you weld? How do you cook? How do you be a tour guide? Those are certain skill sets. But then we also have to look back in terms of, as I think that's what we're talking about, is the education against training in terms of skill set. And what we've seen is that basic education in terms of logic, mathematics, problem solving, needs to come through from basic education. If you look at tourism, especially in the tourism sector, a huge percentage of tourism employees do not have any skill set or qualification in tourism. And that goes for tour guides, it goes for restaurants. A lot of the people don't actually come out of a TVET or a university with a skill set or a qualification into the industry. But what is needed there is the ability to learn. It's logic, it's problem solving. And we need to integrate where the students are coming through with those skills. And we mustn't underestimate that we have to have those basic skill sets from an early age coming through. And I think that's where we need to get a integration which, yeah, that we need our more learned colleagues here. I can only come in from an industry perspective, saying that we can always train people, but they have to have the ability to take that education in and implement that on a skills level in the business.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Does anyone else on the panel want to add quickly? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think, and touching on what Mr. Jusopo said as well as what the DDG said, I think what we have to understand is that South Africa, we have a very uncoordinated market economy. Unlike the countries that we go and study where the systems work, where there's a tight link between education and industry. We do not have that here. So the challenge is, how do we formulate structures that start to give us that size and shape, so that when we say we're talking to a particular industry, we know who that industry is. And when I made the comment in my presentation about seaters and chambers, my understanding is that in terms of the Skills Development Act and the establishment of the seaters, it is part of a requirement in terms of that the seater forms a formal engagement, formal relationship with these chambers. But again, if you go to the coordinated economies, if you say you're talking to plumbers or you're talking to artists, you'll be talking to one single representative group in that country. In our system, you would not find that, which is the challenge that the seaters would be facing. But if you want to know, and as Mr. Jobs, if you want to know what's the changes that the industry or what we need in 4 years' time, rather than looking backwards all the time, it's industry are the only people that are going to tell you what's going to happen in 4 years' time. I could use the Mercedes as an example, electrical vehicles. At some stage, even Mercedes themselves said, no, we're not going anywhere there. It's going to take another 20 years before South Africa gets electrical vehicles. It's only recently they woke up and found out that there's quite a number, but we don't have the trained personnel. So now, again, we're playing catch-up. But had they agreed to it at that stage when it was raised, we would have had trained technicians right up front.
Thank you, sir. Susan, you want to add to that, or can I move on?
Yeah, I can just perhaps add on the ecosystem, because I think my fellow panelist was talking about the investment on early childhood development, which is very key to create that base for us, because sometimes it becomes very late. If I talk about TVET, for instance, who comes to TVET colleges is people that would probably say, I could not find a space in the university. What else do you want to do? Anything that you could offer me. That's what they will tell you. And therefore, that's why sometimes you find the kind of results. But we must also look into the whole value chain. What is happening within the DBE, or the basic education? How do schools get graded so as your principals? It's a number of students that you have and the passes. Now, what has happened, if you look at our 9 provinces, how many provinces offer STEM subjects? Probably few of them, and Libombo being the leader, maybe followed by KZN that are focusing on STEM. But because you are saying the grading will be done in terms of the number, that's massification, but we are not looking at the quality that comes out of that, and therefore we are found wanting when it comes to this kind of skills that we have. I'll just end there.
Okay, thank you very much. I apologize to the hands on that side. In the interest of time, I really need to just get to these comments online, because we want to keep our people online and engaged. I also want to appeal to you to understand that in a forum like this, which our chair likes to call a colloquium rather than a conference, the questions are important. However, I'm also going to put the responsibility back to you. Remember that we're co-creating and curating some of these solutions. So some of these questions will also sent back to your commissions to deal with. I want to read something out from Dan Jurgens. A key theme that has emerged thus far, who's online, by the way, is very encouraging, addressing poverty, inequality, unemployment. In my humble opinion, these solutions and challenges lie in communities. We need to focus on the potential in these communities and unleash this potential by identifying, training, and supporting communities to address their challenges. Thank you. We have Priscilla Rain, who says we need more inclusivity in skills and development fields and opportunities for all. There's been no talk about people living with disabilities, and I'm going to put that back to the commissions. And TVET colleges under-resourced in terms of their accountability and accommodating people living with disabilities. This is infuriating. Why is this conversation not being had at the platform with important stakeholders? So that's a question for us to consider in terms of creating inclusive spaces and inclusive conversations. Ali Johnson talks about how can Cathsseta collaborate with other industry players and providers. Sorry, I can't read here. And to engage young people, assist young people and engage young people to get ready to be employable in the airline industry, which makes part of tourism and industry, because this will allow students to be employable across the board. And then another reminder to add arts, and arts is always put to the bottom. I'm gonna wrap it up there. I think we've given you a lot of food for thought to think about, to think widely, think broadly, and to take some of these conversations into the commissions. I just want to make a few closing remarks as we go there. And to go to the point that Mr. Zungu made at the end, which is, why aren't we thinking about getting our young people opportunities in countries beyond South Africa? Africa is known for its demographic dividend, which means for the aging populations and demand for productivity and labor in the rest of the countries around the world, Africa is going to be the supplier of skills and resources. So why aren't we taking advantage of that? Especially skills, since skills is a perishable thing. If we teach people and they don't use the skills, they lose the benefit of the learning. So that's the one thing. In terms of, it was a new thing for me to think about skills as a social construct, and that I didn't know it was a system that we inherited from Australia. And for us that go back, is there space to Africanize this? And for us to think about that, because there's a whole different discourse on that. And I don't know if there's opportunity, but it'll be interesting for us to take it there. And I also found it interesting when we talk about skills, demand and supply within the skills space, because then we're looking at the demand of industry and we're looking at the supply of skills. And where does jobs sit there in terms of that whole ecosystem of understanding skills and demand and supply? And the point that Mr. Zungu made around we always playing catch up is, there's countries in the world that already have ministers of the future because they know the industry needs 10 or 15 years from now. And so we better get to catch up fast because we're also stepping into a space where we don't know what we're going to be. I mean, while we're trying to catch up in terms of qualifications now, we're also stepping into a future forward space where we don't even know what the skills or demands are going to be in 3 years' time. So that's another kind of thing that we put there. Yeah, and also to think about the implications of some of this in terms of the requirements for policy and technical support and capacity. So I'm going to leave it there. Please, can we give our panel a Cathsseta round of applause? Thank you. And I really like that some of you have also created a face for it, not just a sound, but a face for the Cathsseta applause. I'm going to ask Ms. Helen Schube from the executive manager of Cathsseta for corporate services to please come and hand out the gifts, and we'll take some photographs. And then my job is to think about how we get us back on track in terms of time. We have, while we're doing this, we have lunch, we have one more panel, and then we go into commissions. So it is now 1 o'clock. Do you think I can make an ask of you to take half an hour for lunch? Put your hands up if you agree. I'm not pulling, I'm asking, I'm not instructing. Let's see the hands in the room. Thank you. Pardon? Okay, 35 minutes for lunch. I've got someone negotiating me. 35 minutes for lunch. If I can have you back in the room at 1:35. And like I said, we have one more panel, and we'll go from there. Ma'am, please come up and...
There's one question from Mr. Dlamini. I'm responding because he said there's a center of specialization, Babu Dlamini, that Cathsseta, working with one of the TVET colleges in this province, is busy establishing, and it's led by Cathsseta. It's within the TVET college, focusing on performing arts, music, and dance. And we hope that we are going to replicate this throughout the country. So there is some initiative, but the only thing, Chair, is that this fragmentation, because we found out there are programs within the TVET, but then the articulation to university is now a challenge. So we are trying to address that part, but there is some initiative that is talking to that.
Thank you. I also encourage you to engage our panelists who will be here for lunch, and maybe they'll give you some time, because I think we need more discussion, we need more constructive engagement before we get to the point of solutions. So ma'am, please go ahead and present and photograph, and you can rise. One picture, okay, thank you. Before I let you go, while this is happening, can I ask all the resource people for the commissions, who are the facilitators, the rapporteurs, and the Cathsseta resource people, to please stay in the room? I'm going to ask you 5 more minutes of your time. And if Mr. David Stedenberg is in the room, if he can also join us. Thank you. Thank you. Enjoy lunch, and I'll see you all back here at 1:35. Thank you. Oh, I'm so sorry. Where's lunch? Important question. Welcome back. We didn't quite make our deadline of 1:35, but here we are, and the show must go on, so let's get started again. We go straight into a panel, and after the panel we go into commissions, and I'll give you details then. But for now, we have two speakers. And as I introduce you, please come up to the podium, to the stage. We have Ms. Debunking, who's the Executive Manager for Learning Programs at Cathsseta. Her journey in skills development began over 20 years ago with a passion for creating opportunities and fostering growth. Her journey in skills over the years, she has been instrumental in designing and implementing various programs that have significantly impacted on the lives of countless learners. She's committed to promoting lifelong learning and ensuring that education is accessible to all, especially underserved communities. Her innovative approach embraces technology and modern teaching methodologies to enhance learning experiences and prepare individuals for the evolving job market. Under her guidance, numerous initiatives have been launched, resulting in increased enrollment, improved program quality, higher employment rates for graduates. She has dedicated her career to empowering individuals and transforming communities through education and training, and is an advocate for collaboration between government, industry, and educational institutions to build a robust skills development ecosystem. Please can we give Ms. Mpe a hand? Cathsseta, applause. My dearest people, I also just want to remind you of the social contracts we made. Please keep your phones on silence. And if you need to take a phone call, please can I ask you to step out? Thank you. The second person who's going to speak alongside her, and her input is looking at from outputs to impact, quantity to quality, design towards the design and implementation of high impact programs for the Cathsseta subsector. And just for your information, the HIPs sit in her portfolio, or mostly in her portfolio. The next speaker you all are familiar with, but I didn't read out his bio. So I'm going to call upon Professor Wayne Hugo to join us again. Professor Hugo is a professor at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, and he's the research chair at the South African Public Colleges Organization. And he has more than 2 decades of experience at the university. He's also the author of 5 books, largely exploring the mechanics of education systems and their potential for societal improvement, and examining how educational structures and practices can be optimized to enhance learning outcomes and contribute to broader social and economic goals. A significant portion of his work and research focuses on technical and vocational education and training, and recognizing its crucial role in economic development and to address skill shortages. Through his writing, teaching, and research, he aims to deepen the understanding of how education systems function and how they can be leveraged to create positive change in society and economy, particularly in the South African context. His work often bridges theoretical perspectives with practical applications, aiming to provide actionable insights for policymakers and educators. Please can we give both of them another round of applause. I'm going to ask Ms. Mpe to come up first, after which Professor Hugo will speak.
I'm tall. Dumela? Legai? Good afternoon. Before I start, I just want to remind ourselves that we have a slogan for this conference, and it is unlocking potential, unleashing possibilities. So I'm going to ask the two groups this side to remind themselves and say unlocking potential, and this side will say unleashing possibilities. So, unlocking potential and unleashing possibilities this side. So in 1, 2, 3, go. Thank you. Greetings to the Cathsseta chairperson, board members of Cathsseta, Professor Putti, the CEO of Cathsseta, Cathsseta staff, all our lovely partners from different subsectors in the room, and all protocol observed. I need a presentation. I can't see when I'm here. They told me it's somewhere. Oh, okay. So I am Lebogang Mpie. I'm the Executive Manager Learning Programs at Cathsseta. I can't see. I'm wearing the glasses, but the font is still. So as Cathsseta, we have decided to, actually the board has requested management to come up with high impact projects because we have been counting numbers. As you know, DHET will require CETAs to have APPs that are all about numbers. And we have decided as a CETA, looking at the challenges that are out there, that we needed to come up with something different from the discretionary grant APP targets that we are reporting. The chair spoke about the fact that we have met our target. I think we're sitting on about 89, 98%, and yet we still have people that are struggling. I would just also give you an example of one of the programs that we have, the McDonald program. We had about 9,000 learners applying for that program, and we only needed 1.4 this year. You can imagine the difference of the 9,000, from that 9,000 of learners where they went. It would mean they are back at home, still unemployed. So we needed to come up with programs that were going to propel us and make sure that we move from the ordinary into the new way of doing things. So I thought I needed to make sure that we understand what are these high impact projects. So the definition for that is that the high impact projects are initiatives. I can't see. Can't we increase it a little bit? It's too far for me. So corporate services, you see you've got, I think I need a laptop. Okay. So it clearly shows that Cathsseta has a disabled person. If there was a roving mic, I'd be able to move around.
What, 2?
I'm fine. I'm fine now. Okay. Okay, so we're saying I am fine now. I will use my laptop. My apologies for that. We are saying that the high-impact projects are initiatives designed to create significant and sustainable improvement within the specific sectors or communities. They focus on achieving transformational outcomes rather than merely delivering outputs. So what do we mean by that? We're saying that they address key challenges in the subsectors by implementing innovative solutions. Number 2, we identify them by ensuring that there is long-lasting benefits that extend beyond the program life cycle. Also, they build the capacity of stakeholders and organizations to bring continued progress. And one could ask that, what are the distinguishing factors of your normal projects and high-impact projects? High-impact projects are focusing on they are clearly defined goals linked to long-term outcomes, whereas traditional programs may focus on broader or less specific projects. And the HEAP often incorporate cutting-edge practices and technologies. So we also I thought we must just, identify the problem statement to say, why this high-impact project? Why is Cathsseta moving into this? So we're saying that Cathsseta has identified that subsectors in South Africa faces several critical issues. We spoke about the skills mismatch. There is a challenge there. We all know all research that is coming from Cathsseta, QCTO, and SAQA. We all talk about the skills mismatch that is there. And I'm thinking that should we continue implementing projects that the way we are doing it, will not be able to move into the impactful projects that we want to implement. And also, inadequate training opportunities. There is a lack of targeted training program that address the specific needs of these sectors, affecting the quality and availability of skilled professionals. Also, we have insufficient investment in sector-specific initiative, which hampers the growth and innovation within the subsectors and the industry. We also we're saying that the impact of this problem is that these issues result in the lower sector productivity, limited job creation, and stunned economic growth. So the workforce remains unprepared for current and future demands, and sectors fail to realize their full potential. So what are the objectives of this HEAP project? So the objectives really are to enhance the skills and competencies of individuals working in the Cathsseta subsectors. This includes offering targeted training programs and professional development opportunities. And then we also are saying that the objective is to foster growth and innovation within subsectors by supporting initiatives that can lead to job creation, business development, and sector expansion. We're also saying that we want to improve the quality and standards of services and products in the Cathsseta subsectors industry, and this might involve the developing and implementing best practice and quality assurance measures. And also, we are saying we need to contribute to the economic development of the regions and communities served by these sectors by increasing their economic contributions and hence enhancing their competitiveness. Also, we're talking about inclusivity and diversity that within the sectors by supporting projects that offer opportunities to underrepresented or disadvantaged groups. Also, we're saying that we are moving from output to impact. So moving from output to impact means that there must be impact indicators, and those impact indicators, the metrics for that relate to long-term changes, such as employment rates, economic growth, and quality of life improvement. And then we also have the output to impact, which also looks into assessment of how well the program meets their transformational goals. And then another indicator is indicators of the program's ability to maintain its impact over time. So we are not about just counting numbers. We are about trying to make sure that there is impact, and the impact will be over a certain period. The chair spoke about this criteria. I'm not going to go through them. We have about 8 criteria that we are looking into. Also, that determines or that justifies why we're saying a project is an impactful project. We also need to talk about quality over quantity. We have been training. We are sitting with a lot of graduates sitting at home that are not employed. We have unemployed youth as well that is sitting at home that has not been employed. We have been training, but is there quality on the training that we are giving to our people? So we're saying the characteristics of quality over quantity are programs that are tailored to address the most pressing needs of the subsectors. Demonstrate programs that are demonstrating ability to achieve desired outcomes, programs that are optimal and use resources to maximize impact without unnecessary expenditure. And how are we balancing this quality and quantity? So we're able to balance these two by making sure that we expand programs in phases to maintain quality while reaching more beneficiaries. We also need to prioritize areas where programs can make the most significant impact rather than spending resource thinly. So Cathsseta has called our subsectors who are our partners in this regard, and you would ask yourself to say, why did they call us here? What is it that we're supposed to do from this conference? So we're saying that as our partners, let's work together. Let's make sure that we forge a way forward that will look into the following. So we need to gather together, Cathsseta and its stakeholders, to provide a clear and coherent strategic direction that aligns with both current trends and future projections in the subsectors, which will include setting realistic goals for HIPs and outlining actionable steps for achieving them. So we're here to plan, colleagues. We're here to work together in making sure that when we implement this project, they are not Cathsseta's projects, but they are subsectors projects. We also need to offer adequate support and resources for the effective design, implementation, and evaluation of these HIPs. This includes financial assistance from entities that can say, Cathsseta, if you have 100 rands, I've got my 100 rands, let's work together. Training for facilitators. We need to improve all the training providers that we have, the skills of all the training providers that we have accredited as Cathsseta. So within our subsectors, all the training providers needs to be trained again so that we can provide our learners quality training. We need to access the industry experts. We are requesting for the industry experts to also partner with us. We are struggling currently with the industry experts, especially in the area of qualification development. We're inviting, and our industry is not presenting themselves so that they can help us review the qualifications that we have into occupationally directed qualifications. So we are pleading with our stakeholders to please avail yourself to work with us. And the other one is stakeholder collaboration. We also need to foster and facilitate collaboration among stakeholders to ensure that these HIPs are designed and executed with input from all relevant parties, including industry leaders, educational institutions, and government bodies. We also, by the time we leave here, have to make sure that there is transparency and communication, continuous communication, if I may say so. Effective communication and transparency regarding the goals, processes, and outcomes of the HIP are crucial. There must be regular updates and clear channels for feedback and dialogues. So we're saying as well that we're having this conference. We have been having stakeholder engagements. Before this conference, we went to different provinces and we had stakeholder engagements. We're trying to make sure that there's a dialogue on this presentation, on this HIPs, so that when Cathsseta come and say, we are now going to implement, at least we have your buy-in as our partners. Impact measurement, to develop and implement robust mechanisms for measuring the impact of HIPs. This includes setting clear metrics, conducting regular evaluations, and making adjustments based on feedback and performance data that we would have gotten through when we implement these projects. And then the last one is innovation and adaptability. And on this one, we're saying that we need to embrace innovative approaches and be adaptable in its strategies to address emerging challenges and opportunities within the subsectors. So we're trying to say, let's not follow the normal way of discretionary grant application. Let's see if we can have other routes of partnerships, other routes of how maybe where we can get collaboration between Cathsseta and you as our stakeholders. We're going to move from the advertisement, evaluation, and allocations. We need to have another way that will be seamless, that will help us to make sure that these projects are well implemented. And I think that's my last slide from now. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, do we have questions on my presentation? Yeah, questions will be taken after your presentation. Thank you.
So, firstly, how do we research those high impact programs? And how do we also kind of research some of the work that's going on in the Cathsseta to make sure that there's no bullshit involved, okay? That it isn't just a whole bunch of indicators which you've got to tick and check, a whole lot of performance criteria which you've just got to jump over. How do we get the research to be something which people actually engage with, that they read, that they find useful, that they can actually use going forward? Because if we get this right, if we work with high impact programs, let's say we have that, and we're saying what we are working with is we are working against and with opportunity cost. So opportunity cost is a situation where you've got a choice between doing two things, and it's not that the one isn't good and the other one isn't good. Opportunity cost is where the one is a lot better than the other, even though both are good. Right? And what Cathsseta is starting to say is, hold on, we know that the previous stuff we were doing wasn't that it was bad. Wasn't that it wasn't necessarily doing some of the work that was needed for our sector. But there's ways of doing it better, where we're actually spending our money and our effort and our insights in a way which is more effective. And when I hear the word high impact, I hear thinking about opportunity cost. I hear you going, we've only got so much money, we've only got so much resources, and we've got to be careful about spreading it over so that we do something for everyone, in which case no one is happy and there's no results. It's just a whole smaggle of stuff. If you do a high impact set, not that you're not doing your other work, what you're doing is you're saying we are trying to target our investments and our money in things which are actually going to work. So now the problem is that, let me just be clear about research across the world. People aren't reading it anymore. So I'm a university professor, right? No one's reading research. It's a huge problem. There's also crap research out there. There's just research which is being bought in by industry which is meaningless. It's just done to kind of show that things were working which we already knew was working. And no one's got the time to read it anymore. And often what happens is there's so much complications and so many things you've got to get through when doing the research that what happens is you land up with a situation where no one's interested. So as the research chair, or at the research desk, working with Cathsseta and with SACPO, the TVET colleges, the first thing that's got to be clear is that the research has to be meaningful, useful, and speak to you. Now, thank you. Now, one of the best ways that happens is, and some of you oaks have now met me around the side, is you'll find out if you'll end up chatting to me, I'm going to want to know, like, what's going on with you, you know? Like, what's happening? Tell me about yourself. Tell me what's going on. Tell me what issues you're struggling with. Because I know that I don't know. I know that I actually don't know the stuff, and if I listen to you carefully, I'm going to find out something that is really valuable. I'm going to find out, for example, that Birchwood itself has got a whole learnership training program where all the guys that you're meeting outside are on learnerships in the hospitality trade. I'm going to find out that you've got international companies like Sun City who own this, although this was a family business, who are working on a system where they're making the learnerships work for them, properly work for them. These guys come in, they get trained, they get paid, they get the qualifications, they move outwards to other possible areas. All of a sudden I'm finding out just by chatting to a guy at lunch that there's hugely interesting, innovative things going on right here whilst we're doing this thing. So the idea, just to say, behind the research as we move into these high-impact programs, the big thing to do is, firstly, there's going to be a whole lot of stuff to do because you've got to measure, and I'm very much into that data measurement. But one of the best things you can do is you can go and chat to the guys on the ground about what they're doing, what they're experiencing, how they're finding it, and you listen really carefully to them, and you'll find out that they're almost all the information is. Now, obviously, if you're doing those studies, there's a danger that they're going to bullshit you, right? Because they're doing the programs, they've got paid money, there could be inefficiencies, there could be all sorts of issues there. So you can't just do the qualitative kind of interview stuff. You have to have measurable metrics. What I am saying is, the one thing that's going to happen as we take this forward is we are going to make sure that one of the primary things we do is spend time speaking to the people who are doing the programs and the people who are actually involved in the programs, and finding out deeply, not just kind of quietly, what they think and what they do. Now, the second key thing about high-impact programs is, although that there's a whole lot of stuff going on, there should be, if you say high impact, there should be like what I call, and I won't use this in other contexts, I call it like a causal mechanism, but I just like to stay with the word mechanism. And we have a good mechanical engineer over here, so, you know, in his past life. But by a mechanism, I mean something which operates, the parts do something, and when those parts do something together, it produces an effect. And if those parts work properly, it will produce an effect. And a high-impact program is basically saying what we are going to try and do is we're going to try and put a couple of parts together, and we're going to try and get them to work in some kind of systematic way. And if we understand that properly and we do it correctly, by the very definition of a mechanism, it has an effect. And the job will be, as we do the research, to find out what those mechanisms are, to find out what those effects are. Because if we get those effects, that means that they're replicable. It means that you can use them in another context. It means that it carries from that specific high-impact project, it carries to other sectors, it carries through to other industries. It becomes something which you can promote and stand by and talk to, because you know you've got the mechanism, and you know you've got the effect. And you've now done the research to show how that effect came about, and then you can go to industry, then you can go to government, then you can go to places with research which is actually talking about stuff, which actually has a meaning, and kind of is something which then is specific to them. So those would be the first two things which I'd commit to as we move forward in terms of doing the research. Number one, go and speak to the practitioners. Speak to them long and hard. Number two, make sure that even though these are complicated projects working in different ways, if it's high impact, that means that it's doing a certain set of things to produce a certain set of results. And if you don't understand what that is in your head when you're doing the research, you're going to miss whether it's working or not. You're going to get confused by all the other deliverables. Now, the third thing is I took a look at all the criteria which you have for these high impact projects, and it really interested me when we went through that list of criteria. Because on one way, what it really is you're saying, if you do a project properly, well, if you do a project properly, it's actually going to work. It's going to have people who learn. It's going to have effect on the community. It's going to be something which when you do it, it's going to have a wider effect. It's not going to disappear. If you're doing something properly, it's not going to disappear once you've done it. It's not going to fade away. It's going to be something which carries and lasts. So a lot of the criteria which we're using for these high impact kind of studies or high impact interventions were about just doing something that's valuable, doing it properly. And if you do it properly, it's going to carry the effects which we're looking for. Now, the next thing which I want to talk to is something which is going to happen as we do a number of high impact studies, and we do it over a number of years. And what happens is we don't only have the qualitative data, we also start to deliver measurable kind of impacts and data, actual data. Now what that starts to bring out as we move across that is that we're in a new world now with artificial intelligence. We're in a world where the more data that we have and the more we can put it and grind it through artificial intelligence, the more patterns we can find which you wouldn't actually see ourselves doing the work itself. And it's absolutely fascinating to me how we're not talking about using ChatGPT here, right? Or Claude, or any of those guys. What we're talking about is taking all the data from all the projects that we get, putting it in a consolidated place, and then getting the AI to work on that. So you're not getting some generic thing. You're doing a proper analysis of the stuff that we get. And that's going to start to pull out patterns, and it's going to start to pull out things which are going to be of interest. Now, the next issue is there's going to be two kinds of characters who read this research when it happens. Number one, it's going to be the funders. They're going to be really interested in making sure that this was properly done. But what we've got to make sure, if there are high impact interventions, and if they are doing the effect that they are supposed to be doing, which I think they will do, well then we've got to make sure that the research that we do is written in such a way that it is consumable by the bigger audience. So we have to make sure that they come out in versions where you write in the newspaper. You've got to make sure it comes out in ways where you go onto radio and you go onto TV. You've got to make sure it comes out in ways where people are starting to get interested and starting to look for it in ways which are consumable. So the next thing we have to make sure when we do this research is that we're in a situation where the research is actually digestible by the people who want to read it, and not just the funders. But then finally, what we've got to talk about is, with all of that said, actually, this is a highly technical operation here. Right, so I've been trying to speak to you about, for me, when I see it, I get a taste of how it's going to be as a whole kind of endeavor. But underneath that is a whole set of technical skills and operations and formats which you have to work with to make sure you set the right kind of requirements to get the data, extract the data, work with the data. You've got to work with the phases. which we were talking about, making sure that you've got a timeline which works over a certain period, make sure that those are measurable, but also make sure as you work with it that at least it's flexible. Because if you're working with something that's over a long-term period, what's going to happen is things are going to shift and change. Because if it's a genuine process, it's going to be hitting problems, coming across contextual issues, struggling over here, struggling over there. And the research instruments have to be flexible enough over the long-term period to be able to work with all of those situations. So I'd probably like to leave it there in terms of the high impact programs and how we see ourselves trying to research this thing in a way which will carry a voice for us, which will carry a voice for government, which will carry a voice for industry, and which will carry a voice for the people out there who just want to know how these things work. Cool.
Thank you, Professor Hugo and Ms. Pear. I think what I want to point out is it's encouraging that Cathsseta is not just talking the talk, but they have a plan to walk the talk or walk the walk. And that stakeholder engagement and management, which has been set as core and critical to the HIPs, is going to be part of the mechanics that how it gets it to the end. With the continuous engagement, sharing, taking responsibility, taking accountability, and looking at some of the sustainability aspects. I think even more encouraging from Professor Hugo is that coming from an academic institution is that the research is not going to be purely academic, that it has to make sense, it has to add value, it has to be fit for purpose for the users, it has to be practical, and it can be enhanced through the use of AI. So a big step to be taking, a big can of worms that we're opening, but certainly there's certain elements that are already in place, and with a lot more thinking and planning, we hope that the implementation will be successful. I'm going to open up for questions. I'm going to go to this side of the room and ask 2 questions because I'm really trying to recoup time so that you have more time in commissions to speak. Do you have any questions on this side of the room? No? Any questions? There you go. Okay. I came to you. I just want to note it. Okay. We've got 3 here in the middle. I'm going to take those 3 questions, and then the rest of them I'm going to ask you to please hold for commissions. Please state your name and the organization you're from.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Session. My name is Conti Matlakala from Netlek, Decent Work Country Profile. Yeah, I just want to comment and ask one question. In respect to the research, the issue of research is that year in, year out, I think in 20 years' time of the skills development that I have gone through, there were research. There was a research. There is a research even today. So documents were produced, NSDS 1, 2, 3. The strategy became a national skills plan. And now it's something else. Human resource development as well is coming up with another master skills plan. And we are still talking about mismatching. Let's do research. What exactly are we researching? Because we produce skills year in, year out, but we still complain about mismatching. It's either something is wrong about the industry itself, because we produce so much, like somebody was saying, we are no longer going to talk about the numbers, but we are going to talk about the quality. But now, what exactly are we looking at if we are really going to do the research And I've never heard about the desktop research ever since in my lifetime. I've only read about researchers coming up with these findings, but do we have to go back again and do the desktop?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
The gentleman next to you, and then there was a hand at the back. And then we'll go back to the panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Tebiso Plose from the National Arts Council. Obviously, when it comes to the subsector of arts, culture, and heritage, there's quite a lot that it still needs to be done so that the sector itself can be liberated. But I will not touch more on that. I'll just speak specifically, which is what Mr. Dlamini raised earlier on when it comes to accreditation. Because the reason why you get people taking advantage also of saying they're going to schools to train is because they are just looking for an opportunity. So is there a way that Cathsseta can then collaborate with other institutions so that accreditation is made a priority, so that even when funding agencies like the NAC do receive applications of people who want to facilitate workshops to ensure that it's quality assured, so that they are not just giving people dump-sucked information. And also just one last one, funding agencies need to be given more support in terms of resources so that they are able to make a difference, and also to avoid duplication, because we're doing a lot, but we are all doing it in silos. So I do commend and support collaboration for the sector so that the subsector of arts, culture, and heritage can grow. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'm going to take the one more question, and we'll come back to the panel to answer.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, and all protocols observed. My name is Kolani Mtoda. I'm the SDF of Nehau. I'm just going to shake the tree, but not to let the leaves fall, Madam Chair. Chairperson, shooting straight to the point, time frames. Let's speak to that, comrades, in terms of all these brilliant objectives that we have set. When, by whom, how? That's what we want to focus on. That question is going to Comrade Elebokgang Mpe in terms of your presentation. Gathered this very clear that we are all victims of COVID-19. And now that we have suffered from retrenchments, loss of income, and restrictions, your brilliant ideas in terms of coming close to address one of these fundamentals that I've mentioned, your strategic direction that you have adopted or you want to adopt, support and resources, transparency, and communication will hold you accountable to that and the rest of the objectives that you have listed. Lastly, we must also commend Chairperson, the great work that the CETA has been doing. I must tell you, comrades, I don't just want to appear as a populist, Chair. Let me quote what is happening in terms of the reports. In terms of your APPs, we understand that we have achieved 48 of 52 performance targets, which translate to 92% audited performance. And this is a great achievement. We applaud you for that. So in terms of that, Chair, I want to commend the leadership led by the Accounting Authority, Chair, together with the CEO and his team, and the workers, because without the workers, there's nothing that we could achieve, comrades. The entity, comrades, has realized also that we must not forget, just to share with you, stakeholders, so that you can border their doors. The entity has realized an increase of over 90 million rands, comrades, in terms of their income, an expenditure of 278.1 million. There's still money, comrades. Lastly, as I'm sitting down, the revised budget, it's 897.2 million. So everyone must be happy. I thank you.
Let's go back to the panel, to our panelists.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want to speak? Whatever you come to. Okay.
Thank you. I think I will start with the question from the gentleman from the National Arts Council. Ne? Yeah. regarding the sector liberation and accreditation, the fact that we needed to see if we can collaborate with that. So accreditation is managed by QCTO. The CETAs were accrediting, and QCTO has taken that role. So whilst we would want to collaborate, and it's very crucial for us to collaborate, I'm thinking we need to collaborate, yes, as CETAs and our accredited or our training providers, but we shouldn't work with QCTO at all times. And that can happen because I think in one of my slides I was saying one of the programs that we need to be coming up with is to train already the providers that have been accredited, and we need to bring new ones into the space. So yeah, and then you also spoke about funding agencies. I'm thinking one of the criteria is partnerships. Indeed, we need to make sure that we have partners that will assist us. As you can see on our program, we have the YES, people from YES program and others that we wanted them to come and also talk about the opportunities so that we can collaborate and have more funds. While we have about 800 million, but I don't think it will be enough for what we want to do. We need to partner and collaborate to make sure that what we really want to achieve is achievable at the end of the day. And then we have, I'm not going to talk about the research one. I think Prof will take it. We have our comrade Kolani. We're going to have the commissions, and at the commissions we're going to be talking about the time frames, the who, where, and how. I'm just going to request that you please join the commissions, and the Cathsseta staff will be making presentations on a way forward, a tangible way forward on how we're going to be implementing this. That would say after this conference, and then what? And then we'll give you that information. And indeed, we're going to expect you to hold us accountable. And that's why we called you here as our partner, because we don't want to do this alone. So we'll make sure that there's going to be frequent feedback to our stakeholders on how far we are with this project. These are not entirely Cathsseta project. As you can see, this is a Cathsseta subsector conference, which therefore means that we're going to be working together. We're going to have committees that will be working with us to ensure that we implement this, and these programs would be of quality and will be able to eventually get the impact that we want to see. And I think the other one was just to commend the Cathsseta management and the board. And I must say that it was last year when we had our strategic plan, and the board instructed management to go come up with something that is different. They told us that we needed to go and be and think out of the box. And I remember that day we had two colors. There was red and green, and they said we must kill the green, the red. Everything must be green. Whether there's money, we must just think about things that we think will propel us as a CETA. So normally the chairperson would say to me, Ms. Mpie, you are too rigid. When we talk to you, everything you're telling us about, you know, the grant regulations, discretionary grants regulations and all that. So think out of the box, come up with something that will make Cathsseta to be different from other CETAs. So that's why we're here. So I'm thinking I have answered all the three questions. I didn't miss anything. Okay, Prof.
So with the research question, 20 years of so many things being produced, not just over here, all the CETAs have hired all sorts of people to do all sorts of research, huge amounts of research. Now, the first thing I want to say is that I've spent some time reading across the different CETAs and reading the research. The first thing I want to say, if you come at it with a certain eye, it's actually really interesting research. I've just got to say it up front. The people who are doing the research in the CETAs and in the Cathsseta, the guys that you've got to do it before, are really good at what they do. They understand what they're doing, they work to a brief, and it's worthwhile. The difference is what we're asking for now from a research desk, which, let's be clear, is a SACPA research desk working with the TVET colleges, now coming into alliance with Cathsseta, is what we're starting to do is we're starting to try and ask, even with that research happening, how do the bigger questions emerge? What are the more important patterns that are coming out? So that through those particular research work that's been done, what happens is you get a voice which starts to speak about the bigger issues and problems, but with a research-based situation, and not with an academic voice. I love Real at WITS, and we had a guy earlier who was working from that, and they are really good at what they do, but that's an academic voice mostly. So what we want to try and make sure we do is we don't ignore that research which has been done, but what happens is we sift from it what are the bigger issues and the bigger problems, and then start to speak critically with that voice out into the community. So I hope that answers the question.
Okay, can we give our speakers another round of applause as we close this? Oh, come, guys. The Cathsseta applause. Thank you. I'm also going to ask one of the executives from Cathsseta to come and make the presentation to say thank you to our speakers. Thank you. Okay, while that's being done, we just wrap up that session. And I think what we're getting from most of the sessions and what you've heard from both our speakers, and I want to quote Mr. Naidu, because one of the things he said on his last slide, which I think is very important. We've got to, no matter what has happened in the past and hasn't worked, when we look forward, we have to make sure that we are focused. So that's a small bag in a big bag. Thank you. Thank you. And the point I want to make as you go into the commissions is that we stay positive, we stay in the space of possibilities, unleashing possibilities, unlocking potentials. So I want to remind you about that. And I want to quote him, because he said, hope means working together. And all of us need to co-create and come up with the solutions around this. We're now going to go into commissions. It's already 2:55. And I'm going to ask another big ask of you. If you can stay in the room for at least an hour and 45 minutes or an hour and a half, it will really, I know some of the commissions are small. There's a plan to deal with the bigger commission. But the commissions are the bedrock of this conference. It's the engagement with you. It's the coal face. And it's one of the critical criteria of the HIPs. So I hope that we'll be able to stay. Obviously, your facilitators will ask you permission if you can stay longer. You're going to go straight into commissions, and you'll come back for tea at the end if you're going to have tea. The building is, as you walk towards the reception, there's a building on your right, I think it's called International, and when you walk in there, the rooms have monitors outside it, and it will tell you which commissions are in which room. Your name tags have the rooms that you're supposed to be in, the commissions that you have been allocated to, okay? The report back of the commissions will be made tomorrow morning. And I'm going to go back. I was going to call the chair, but I think in the interest of time, I'm just going to repeat what he said this morning. His call to action for all of you was, go and pull this apart if you need to. Be open, be honest, be clear, be critical, be creative. This is a co-creation process. And before we get to that consolidation and convergence of what these HIPs look like, we have to stay in the divergent, messy space. So please feel free to be open and honest and clear about all of those things. And I just quickly want to tell you the rooms that you'll be going in. The gaming and lotteries are in Charles de Gaulle, conservation in Barcelona, but like I said, there's monitors outside. In gaming and lotteries, we have Ms. Jennifer Quinn. Do you want to stand up, please, who will be facilitating? Thank you to the Secretariat that's helping in the commissions. Ms. Jennifer Quinn, there she is in front. Tabisile Lobakeng is going to be our, please stand up so we can see you. And Lungile Dlamini from Cathsseta will be the resource person. In conservation, we have Professor Lindy Duplessis, who is facilitating, and she's in front of me. We have Fatima Esamorajele, who will be scribing, and we have Martha Collett from Cathsseta, who will be, Martha, do you want to stand up? Will be the resource person. Hospitality and tourism, we have Professor Almarie Slabbert, Makwena Lapolesa as the scribe, and we have two, because it's a big commission, we have Tabang Motlatla and Zandile in the commissions. Arts, culture and heritage, we have Mr. Salailo Salota. Thank you, sir, for making time for this, and I'm sure there's some fanning going on, some fangirling and fanboying going on. So thank you for your patience with that. We have Cindy Tilani as the rapporteur and Priscilla Mashlangu as the resource person. And then sports, recreation and fitness, we have Ms. Muditambi Ravele. Where are you? There you are, thank you. Lindy Mataboche as the rapporteur, and Tebogo Bengu as the resource person. And we've got Lindy Mataboche as our person today, and she gave up celebrations of her birthday. So can we please give her a big round of applause and wish her happy birthday. Happy birthday, dear Lindy. Stand up, stand up. Thank you for spending your day with us. So I'm going to send you off now. We will see you back again tomorrow morning. Yeah. In terms of the running order of the proceedings before you start discussions, the facilitators have been briefed in terms of the formal part of it before we invite them. So go and enjoy, and all of those the questions that we couldn't take from you, I hope you then raise it, suggestions, ideas, and we thank you in advance, and we'll see you back here tomorrow early at 9 o'clock. Thank you, and have fun this afternoon. This is Lucia.